Hello and welcome to what Miss Congeniality calls the perfect day, April the 25th. And on a Thursday at the Super Series, the action's not too hot, the action's not too cold, but you might want to wear a light jacket. Well, Group C gets underway throughout the course of the afternoon, and there'll be some thrills, some spills, some mavericks, some madness in amongst the mix. And that's just Matthew Edgar, who's alongside me here in the studio. And it should be a very intriguing Group C campaign.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this, actually. I'm really looking forward to seeing Stuart Kellett back in action. That, for me, is the real sort of intriguing story, headline act, shall we say, of this group. He's been out of darts for quite some time, certainly on this sort of level, but he's still playing some good darts. So I'm really excited to see how he gets on in this campaign.
Well, one man who's not going to be playing on Thursday and Friday is Scott Mitchell. He got the job done in Group A, winning 14 out of 15 games in doing so. And he was saying by his own admission, he didn't feel anywhere near his best, but still managed to run away with the group.
He did, and I don't know what he thinks his best actually is. It was 90 average for the group, and that was good darts. That was the darts that we see Scott Mitchell playing when he was on the Pro Tour, if not maybe just a little bit more. But this is solid from Scott Mitchell. The timing was incredible. Can't really find a weakness in Scott Mitchell's game. Yeah, a couple of people had the occasional opportunity in a game, but they didn't have opportunities to win them. Only Sebastian Bielecki got match darts against Scott Mitchell, and he took it, just one dart in hand for the 106 finish. So Scott Mitchell sat very, very handy. That was a good group. The group average around about the 85 mark. So it wasn't like it was a weak group that he just sort of walked through. He had some good performers in there, and he was up against it at times. Very impressive.
What do you make of Kevin Painter? Because he won one game yesterday, but it was that one win that was enough to get him into B.
I don't know. I think that's the fairest assessment. I don't know. And I don't think Kevin Painter knows. And I think that's why it's hard to make an assessment on him. There's moments, there's flashes. But yesterday we started to see the darts switching and the tinkering, which tells us maybe Kevin Painter's not sure what works best for Kevin Painter at the moment. We know when he gets fired up, when the game means a lot to him, like that last game, he can pull out the performance and the result. And maybe a Group B is going to suit him just because the day's not going to be as long. He'll spend more time on the hockey rather than sat in a chair.
We're at the midway point then of the week. Let's have a look at the tournament bracket and see what is happening as far as week 9 is concerned. Scott Mitchell, the winner of Group A on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, respectively. We're going to see the debut of Bo Greaves in Group B later on this evening. But Group C is what we're looking at this afternoon. Marvin, Velzen, Doug Boehm and Ray Mulvey dropping down to join Daniel Lee, Thomas Lovely and Stuart. I want to begin by talking about Marvin. And I had a really good conversation with him earlier on today. Second appearance here at the Live Jams. Around about a year ago since we last saw him in action, and the improvements from last time to this time is night and day.
He struggled with the transition from youth darts to adult darts. He was one of the top youth players in Holland, and then switching over, and then you're just another face in the crowd. No one fears you, and you're going out there trying to start all over again. You don't have the system that's supporting you. You're going back to the drawing board and picking up those points. He struggled with that. That was his words, and you can clearly see as well that struggle with that transition. He's starting to settle. He's starting to grow. Every single day his averages have got better in terms of his daily average. The performance has got better. He is a powerhouse scorer. If you can just tighten up those finishes, I don't know what the odds are, but I think he's the value play, especially when you've got an odds-on favourite in this group.
Well, let's show you where Marvin van Velzen is in terms of the betting. He is 6-1. Now, Thomas Lovely goes off as the 4-6 favourite with the odds compilers. Daniel Lee 9-2. He's played here before. When you look at the odds, what would be your overall and overriding assessment?
Marvin van Velzen is incredible value at 6-1. I would not be surprised to see him pick up this title. Yes, he's got Thomas Lovely in there, who's been playing very well on the Challenge Tour. He's had a couple of Pro Tour call-ups and beat a lot of big players this year, but it's different up there. It's a place he's not really been before. Yes, he's played on the county stages before, but this is a new experience here for Thomas Lovely. And I just think he may struggle a little bit in the early goes. Van Velzen, 6-1, value.
18 plus, speedgambler.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, our first game sees Daniel Lee in action. It's been around about a year since we've seen him last at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And when he was here, he treated us to extravagant finishing, extravagant ways of going for pretty much anything and everything across the board. Our spotter better be prepared for today's action. He takes on Ray Mulvey in the first game of the afternoon session. Before play got underway, I'll call up with Daniel to see where his game's at. Daniel, great to see you back here at the
Yes.
Super Series. It's been a little while since we've seen you before. How much are you looking forward to this week?
Yeah, really looking forward to it. It's been a while. I'm back in sunny Portsmouth, so excited to be here.
It's been a while since we've seen you, roughly around about 10 months or so. What's been happening?
Been 10 months already. That's
Yeah.
gone quick, yeah.
Almost, it was June time, wasn't it, roughly,
Yeah.
last time we saw you
Yeah.
here? How's things been since we last seen you?
Not too bad. I've been busy doing other things, like moved into a new house, been decorating, sorting a board set up out in the spare room, for example. So just basically looking, now we've finished with other things, looking to get back into darts and taking part in more events, taking it a bit more seriously.
How has the form been when you've been able to get on the board?
Nice, can't complain. Very good, yeah.
We saw you play at the ADC events in Middlesbrough last month. How do you feel that went from your perspective?
Not the best, but I sort of used that as a practice, like no pressure on myself, as always. Yeah.
Last time you were here, you treated us as some extravagant ways of finishing,
Yeah.
some maverick moves.
It's gotta
Can we
be
expect
done.
more of the same?
Why not? It's got to be done, yeah, why not?
Well, we've got our spotter listening to this. What can he expect today?
Oh, that's hard to say. There's always some sort of switching going on, I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll see how I feel up there. I mean, good luck to him.
Well, we're going to be... Well, last time we saw you here, we saw you at the finals night on the Saturday. Is that the goal and expectation this time around?
Oh, it has to be, doesn't it? Absolutely. Number one. That's what I'm aiming for. We'll see how it goes.
Well, I wish you all the very best out there, Daniel. All the very best.
Excellent.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Top man. Well, Daniel is in action in our first game of the afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's going to take on Ray Mulvey, the man from Ireland, the ADC qualifier, qualifying courtesy of the Irish Vault system. And we'll be hoping to vault his way up the group after a Group A campaign, which saw some toil and troubles. But yesterday, a much improved day for him. But for Daniel Lee, it's the first appearance here since summer last year. And when he was here, well, he was electrifying, wasn't he? The 36-year-old from Birmingham, nicknamed the man. And he's hoping to be the man when it comes to Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. By his own admission, hasn't played as much as he would have liked to in recent times, in recent months. So could the gameplay experience of Ray Mulvey and being hot in competition help him in this opening match?
Well, Ray Mulvey does have the advantage of increased averages every single day. 78, 79, up to an 83 yesterday, where he was significantly better, picking up a couple of victories
57.
as well, ending that torrid run of 10 defeats in a row, which he wasn't able to pick up a victory on Monday or Tuesday. But I tell you what, there's one thing you
55.
know from Daniel Lee. If you've never seen him play before, just watching him walk around the hockey and listening to him that interview, he's a confident chap, isn't he?
60.
Well, the bookies have installed him as second favourite to win the group, Daniel Lee, and that
30.
is pretty much on the basis of what he did last time he was here. As I mentioned, he made it through to the Saturday night finals here, and that took place... That was in Series 4, Week 5. Lost out in the group stages, but it was a very good week.
137.
Steve West won it, Shane McGirt, the runner-up, Ryan Harrington, Tommy Morris and Dan Reed, the other players who made it through to that particular
99.
finals night. That was on the week commencing 5th of June last week. That's how long it's been between drinks as far as Daniel Lee is concerned. And, well, in that finals
88.
night, lost 4-2 in both his games to Ryan Harrington and Tommy Morris, respectively.
100.
Left himself on 159 in this opening leg of the day. But we'll have time. Ray not coming up the traps as strongly as his Midlands opponent.
59.
He's a player who has been on the UK Open stages as well on a couple of occasions, 2018 and 2023. So he does have
44.
a little bit of
Daniel, you require
stage
100.
experience to call upon. And he does have a bit of time to call upon in this opening leg as well. 4 darts if he needs them. First one at double 10.
90.
It's always nice when you get that first leg on the board. And especially if you could do it with a ton pluser.
So double
55.
5 for Lee to take
Daniel,
the
you require
lead
10.
in this opening match of the day. Straight for the
It's
double
on the
5 in
first
the double
leg,
5.
Daniel Lee.
And Daniel Lee is up and running.
Second leg. It's Ray to throw first. Game on.
One thing you got to say about Daniel is he does have a bit of style about him, doesn't he? He's got the golf shirt, he's got the blue navy chinos,
140.
and he's got the Vans. Who's the man who's wearing the Vans?
Do you know what? I'm sure that's made his day, that
81.
getting style accreditation from Henry Deacon.
Says a guy who's dressed up as a geography supply teacher. I know.
100. $58.
Mulvey, we mentioned the torrid time he had on the first couple of
60.
days. But yesterday, significantly better. 4 of his 5 matches above the 80 mark. Sort of mid-80s as well, which a massive
99.
improvement on where he was across the first couple of days. But the biggest improvement for Mulvey, without a shadow of doubt, was the finishing. On day 1, he hits just 7 doubles
100.
from 53 attempts. Day 2, only 35 attempts. The scoring letting him down, but 8 successful hits on the doubles.
57.
Yesterday,
Ray, you require 101.
what a jump this is. 12 from 24. 50% on the outer ring.
Double 16,
Game's on
and that
his
is a
second
ton
leg,
plus out
Ray
for Ray
Mulvey.
Mulvey, and that's his first of the week to square up at 1 apiece.
Third
See this
leg,
so
it's
often,
Daniel to
don't
throw
we, here at the
first.
Super Series, where
Game on.
a couple of players like struggle in a Group A campaign when they're here on debut, and then by the time they get to their Group C campaign, they're starting to fire, they're starting to get into things.
62. $97. $105.
Well, we did say that he's going to be flashing around the board as the day goes along. That's the first indication of which.
I can't figure out why.
60.
Normally, you can work out why someone switched, but I don't see the benefit of the bullseye there.
57.
All the best to our spotter today, because I think he's going to have quite the task.
I think what you're saying is it's going to be quite an interesting watch.
81.
If I remember rightly on his previous visit, he utilised the treble 16 a fair bit as well at some intriguing
95. $96.
Well, that's a good use of the board there from Ray Mulvey to set himself up on the 167. He's first to a finish, but Daniel will be hoping and expecting to get to a better one.
82.
Rounds it off
Ray,
nicely.
you require 167.
Here comes Ray Mulvey. Needs a couple of trebles to get a poke at the ball. Will not go on this occasion. So Daniel Lee back to 100. A shot he had a opportunity
60.
at in leg number 1.
Daniel, you require 100.
Did find the treble 20 on that occasion. Finds it again. Double 10.
90.
And twice he misses
you
the double
require
for that particular outcome.
107.
Mulvey piling back-to-back ton plus outs, despite not hitting one for the entirety of the week before today. He could, if he can find double 18.
Game's on
Indeed
a
he can.
third leg,
Rinse and
Ray
repeat.
Mulvey.
It's like London buses for Ray Mulvey. He didn't have a ton topper at all in Group A, and now he's found 2 in
Fourth
back-to-back
leg, it's Ray
legs.
to throw first. Game on.
We said yesterday about whether the idea of him coming back to an even
100.
kilter and coming back to 0 points could be a help towards him, and it feels like he's come back a refreshed and revigored man today.
96.
Well, this will be not a surprise to the viewers joining us from Ireland, because we've heard from them all week on social media, certainly in the YouTube chat room as well.
36.
There's been a lot of people in there talking about how good Ray Mulvey is and how the best is still to come. Maybe the best is coming out today, and it could be coming out at the right time because there's actually a qualification position
100.
available again, where realistically after day one on Monday, Scott Mitchell had pretty much tied things up as far as Ray Mulvey's chances of qualifying.
36.
Those Vault series began earlier on this week. If you fancy your chances to be on the stage just like these two, you can head over to dartsatlas.com for
100.
more information on how you can qualify for the Super Series through that. You're top of your particular tables in your local region. You'll then get the opportunity to play in a
60.
initial qualifying final. The winner of those gets to play here in the live lounge for a couple of days or even a week if your numbers are that good.
Well, Ray Mulvey did the hard job in terms of breaking the throw of
30.
Daniel Lee, but Daniel Lee had it all in his hands there and he just gave it away. Mulvey could save the situation here.
49.
He really is stumbling here after getting the breaker throw. 200 plus checkouts despite not getting one for 15 games so far this week.
48.
But unable to really take advantage here, Daniel Lee. From 205, 6 starts later, is on the hinks.
Well, the game hitting a stalemate, you would have sensed would have worked to the advantage of Daniel
125.
Lee, but that two-trouble
Daniel
turn
Uruguay,
for Ray has now put him back
127.
favourite for the leg. If this 1-2-7 doesn't go, it'd be for 3 ton plus checkouts in 3 legs. But he chased the treble and he paid the price there, and so Mulvey's going to come back for 95 to establish a 3-1 cushion.
71. Ray, you require 95.
He's missed a dart at a double today. And he's going to get 2, or he should get 2.
57.
Misses 2.
Daniel, you require 56.
A reprieve for the first time in this match for Daniel Lee.
36.
One which you can't take.
Ray, you
And
require
so Mulvey
38.
returns for a 3-1 advantage, and if he wins this game, it'll be the first time he'll be top of a group all week as well. Goes straight for the double 19,
Game
and
shot
that
on the
first
fourth
dart was a
flag,
beautiful
Ray
guide,
Mulvey.
as you can see there, just cushioned it over the top, and he now has a cushion in the contest.
Fifth leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Well, I mean, technically speaking, he's top of the table now on the live in play.
Show the in-play
58.
table. There he is, Ray Mulvey, top of the table, confirmation. Well, as you can see, the 3 players from Group
95.
A are the dominant forces so far in this group, with Marvin van Velzen and Doug Boehm, second and third respectively. The lads that have just come into proceedings, well, they need to
100.
speed up.
I think that's one of the things we can kind of assure with this group. We're going to get quite a bit of pace within the games.
66.
What a great recovery that was. Wide 5, a wide 1. Wipes the hands in the treble.
133.
I mean, Daniel Lee has had some opportunities in this, but it seems to just be restricted to the odd 1 dart at the end of a game.
85.
It feels like Ray Mulvey's having the reverse of the fortunes that he had earlier on this week. It's Daniel Lee that's missed opportunities and had to pay the price, whereas in Group A that was
83.
the sort of undoing of Ray Mulvey. But Daniel Lee, for the second leg in succession, has left himself on 1-2-7 to save the game.
140. Daniel,
And
you
again,
require
another timely two-trouble turn
127.
for Ray.
He's just not giving Daniel Lee a chance to settle here. Just always staying on his shoulder, tapping him,
36.
and that is a
Ray, you
big
require
error.
115.
Leaves him with lots of work to do.
Well, this would be for a hat-trick of ton plus outs, but the 115 isn't going to go. But
59.
upon his return,
Daniel, you
if he
require
returns,
91.
he should get a couple at tops. Lee with work to do from 91. Treble 18 there. Leave himself double 10, and so Mulvey returns 56 for the match and a comprehensive
51.
4-1 victory to begin our day.
Ray, you require 56.
Tots and Mulvey. Double 10. Doesn't go. And Daniel Lee is going to be presented with more chances.
40.
That was an edgy dart there when the match situations come around for Ray Mulvey. Situation's not been in too often, but he's going to be in it again. They was kicking all sorts of angles there for Daniel Lee. A nervy start for both.
And it's a win for Way to kickstart the day. Mulvey beats Lee by 4 legs to 1. And Razor sharper on his finishing and sharp at the top of the group right now. 77 the average, 2 ton plus checkouts in there, 4 from 9 on the doubles. Daniel Lee, 7 missed darts at the outer ring. And that's on what came to cost him in the end. Coming up after the break, Thomas Lovely makes his bow on the stage against Doug Boehm. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Ray Mulvey got the better of Daniel Lee by 4 legs to 1. I think his first 2 ton plus checkouts of the week en route to glory in that particular contest. Next up for us, Doug Boehm up against Thomas Lovely. Boehm, who we've seen here all week. It's a first appearance on the stage as far as Thomas Lovely is concerned, but he's not a newbie when it comes to the big stage. Former tour card holder, former Challenge Tour semi-finalist, 27-year-old from Gainsborough with the nickname Simply Lovely, and he'll be hoping that he'll be playing some lovely darts over the course of the next couple of days. Up against Doug Boehm, the 42-year-old from Buffalo in New York, the man with no name, played at Madison Square Gardens a couple of years ago. We mentioned that Thomas Lovely has played on big stages. He made his Euro Tour debut 3 years ago. He played at the Hungarian Darts Trophy and also has participated in the UK Open back in 2024, winning a Riley's qualifier to make his way through to that particular stage. But what's he going to do you think, Matt, on this particular
First leg,
stage?
it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
I know what he's going to want to do on this stage. He's going to want to go through all these games and pick up every single one of the results. But this is going to be a hotly contested group.
45.
When you take a look through all the fixtures, I don't think we're going to see the Scott Mitchell-esque type of dominant runaway leader at the top of the table. Top of the table at the moment, Ray Mulvey, the man who's
80.
been bottom of the table ever since Monday. Just shows how two groups are not the same here. There'll be a lot of people interested in Thomas Lovely.
44.
Not just because he's the odds-on favourite, 4-6 to win this group, but because of the development that he's been showing within his game. He's a player whose stats and averages have been rising and rising year upon year, to the point where now, if we was to look at the
21.
statistics of the world ranking of averages, you'd put Thomas Lovely now the number 135, which means he's playing darts
32.
very close to Torcar standards.
Tricky's the type of player that I think a lot of people know his ability, but maybe doesn't get the respect that he deserves for the ability that he has.
100.
I think it's because he's showing the ability, but not in the right places. This is the place to show it. All the eyes are on here. He's coming in as the favourite.
108.
And he welcomes himself to the party. After 9 torrid opening darts, he gets himself back on par there with a big maximum visit.
95.
Does come from a bit of a darty family as well. Eddie Lovely, former PDC tour card holder, I'm sure will be tuning in to check out Thomas today.
100.
Be encouraging him along from home.
$57. Thomas, you require 100.
Well, we've seen this be left a couple of times today by Daniel Lee in the previous match. But
Big shot
Thomas
on the
Lovely
first
can
leg.
pin it.
Thomas Lovely.
What a way to start your Super Series campaign. A ton topper on the nose to lead 1-0. It's our third ton topper already
Second
today.
leg, it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
Which is interesting when you put it in comparison to what we saw during yesterday's action in Group A.
140.
When in the whole course of the day, we saw just 6 ton plus checkouts, 3 apiece for Białecki and Mitchell.
60.
Well, you said we were starving on them in Group A. You're feasting on them here in Group C already, and we're only in game number 2.
140.
For Doug, it's fair to say it's been a bit of an up and down week as far as he's concerned. Came out of the traps on Monday.
140.
Fairly good day. Dropped just the 2 legs that he could have possibly dropped. Average 88.66. The doubles just under 50%, 18 out of 40. And then there was a considerable drop off from day 1 to day 2, where he averaged just 79.91, 11 out of 53 when it came to the finishing. And then yesterday, when he kind of
45.
plateaued towards the middle,
Don't you require
81.95 daily average, 11,753 attempts at double, which is kind of nearer to his yearly stats, where he averages 84, just under for the year, and 34% when it comes
60.
to the finishing. And he's left himself in this second leg on tops after 12 to square up.
60. Doug, you require 40.
I think this is a really good, intriguing battle for both. I do feel it's a game that's very level, and he's just having a look at the score. He's unsure whether he wants this double 5 or not.
30.
Oh, he threw it quite safe. I think there was an option there to potentially split or bust. Instead, he went for it, and now he's going to be stuck on the target that he
96.
wasn't sure he even wanted to
Doug,
go
you
for.
require 10.
And Lovely set himself on the finish that he took out in the first leg.
Game shot
All
on the
academic,
second
Club
leg,
1.
Doug Boehm.
Real good tester for these two. Real good marker of a matchup.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
Both making strides
Game on.
and developments in the systems of which they play. Doug Boehm over in America, taking part on that CDC tour,
45.
will be no doubt heading to those qualifiers soon to try and get another place at the Madison Square Garden when the World Series rocks up to America a bit later on this year.
45.
Well, it's interesting. We were chatting with Phil Bars, weren't we, earlier on this week? And Phil was covering the cross-border challenge event, which took place a couple of weeks ago.
58.
He was saying in terms of Doug, there was some good performances in there, but there was just the odd game here and there. He did have that odd match which was just below par, below standard, and we've kind of seen a little bit of everything from him, haven't
64.
we, so far this week?
Yeah, and I think that comes down to the fact that he doesn't play darts on a regular basis. He manages to attend around 6 to 7 events a year. He does get a lot of practice in, but it's so different between practice and playing competitively at a high level where people are hitting you back on a regular basis like they will do here at the Super Series. So a real good week of learning and development and growth
60.
here for Doug Boehm, and it's just about keeping that going. It's like a crash course in darts.
55.
Advantage lovely in leg 3.
The advantage is only there due to the fact of throwing first. How important will that be come the end of the match?
Feels very high-low jackalow for Thomas so far, doesn't it?
45. Thomas, you require 103.
He's already taken out the ton. Can he find the 103? He's going to have a dart at tops to do exactly that, and he
63.
grazes the wire.
Doug, you require 152.
Missed for the break chance. Another one of them. Would have left in double 16. He's had 4 ton plus finishes this week. 3 came on Monday. So actually 116 on Tuesday. Nothing to his name yesterday. Double 10 for Thomas. Up for 5s. And then it goes for 2 on lead.
Fourth leg. It's Doug to throw first. Game on.
Did question how the advantage of throw would come into play in this one, and so far that is the deciding factor of all these legs. Player throwing first with the win.
85.
You always do get a little bit edgy at the start of a group when you're
140.
sort of fighting out for positions. You can't win it early, but you can feel like you lose it.
100.
Well, Thomas Lovely making a move, trying to eradicate that advantage of throwing first, and the way to do that is with some quality power scoring. 4 power trebles in the first 6 darts here for Thomas Lovely.
36.
I get the sense with Thomas that once he has a couple of games on this stage, he could be a frightening prospect.
91.
Well, he's been growing into time on the PDC Challenge Tour. He's now starting to get Pro Tour invites where he's been having some good wins. Most notably beating Andy Barton's the current
95.
WDF World Champion.
Thomas, you require
Very, very recently as well. So coming into this with some franked form.
100.
Well, he's threatening the break here. He's left double 18 after 12 to move himself 3-1 to the good.
125. Thomas, you require 36.
For 3-1. Double 9. Doesn't
18.
go. And Doug's got an opportunity to
Doug,
square
you
this match
require
back
60.
up.
They are the differences between the levels. Probably a thing that's just holding him back at the moment from taking that step up to the full tour,
40.
giving those opportunities. He gets away with it on this
require
occasion. Doug
18.
not able to capitalise. But as you go through the levels, the mistakes need to be restricted.
Big dart on the context of this
10.
match, and that could be a big miss for
Doggy
Thomas
required
Lovely.
20.
Payne comes back for double 10 to square this match back up. Lovely's had a handful of darts to open up a 3-1 advantage. He couldn't do
shot on
so,
the
and
fourth
Doug
flag. Dog
digs
bet.
in, and it's Desmond 2-2.
That is where, as a player, you do get frustrated in a leg and you do
Fifth
get your
leg,
head
it's
down a
Thomas
little
to
bit. When
throw
you've done the
first.
hard work, you've put all
Game
that
on.
power scoring in, you've opened up the gap, you've bought yourself opportunities to break the throw. He had 6 darts there. Wasn't able to get over the line,
140.
but he's recovering well.
$66.
I suppose at this midpoint of the game, it would be a nice little time to ask our chat room a question over on YouTube. I'm going to pose you guys the question. Will you let us know who you
71.
think is
Check
going to
81.
win Group C?
Hi, chat room fam.
If he wasn't here at the start of the session, I went with Marvin van Velzen as the value play at 6-1. Let us know who you think is going to pick up the Group C title. Book themselves a place in Saturday
135.
night. Reminder, it is first and second place going through to Saturday night, unlike the Group A we have just witnessed, where Scott Mitchell was the sole representation.
100. Thomas, you require 145.
6 darts on 145 to open up a 3-2 advantage. Straying left.
45.
Well, he's left himself on the square ton again. It's the third time in his match he's done that. Took it out the first time. And Doug's just unable to find any kind of surmountable
65.
pressure. The second dart found its way in the
Thomas,
trail,
you
but then
require
snuck back
100.
out again. And so Lovely's got 6 from here. Tops again. Double 10.
90.
Now this is where Doug would have been coming back for a finish. He'd have left the 152, but the fact that it didn't stick in the board means it doesn't count. With steel tip darts, it has to be retrieved to count. In other forms of darts, that would have counted just by hitting the fascia of the
45.
board, but
Thomas,
in
you
this game,
require
it
10.
needs to be retrieved.
2 2s. To lead
Shot on the fifth
3-2.
flag,
And
Thomas
Lovely is a leg away.
Sixth leg. It's Doug to throw first. Game on.
A couple of people in the chat agreeing with myself here. Eskil going with Marvin van Velzen. A couple of these names I've really
80.
struggled to pronounce, so I'm just going to say you're going with me on it. Ray Mulvey. Liam going with Thomas. Thomas Lovely, the group favourite.
43.
He's going to get it over the line.
You do need to stop creating these burner accounts, Matt.
Bit of support coming in now for
45.
Thomas Lovely. The 4-6 favourite to win this group.
100. $99. 43.
It's a game of opportunities.
83.
Who's going to make the most of it? We did say after leg number 2, we feel the advantage of throw is going to be potentially the telling factor.
134.
It could be the case here again. Doug expected to be first to a finish.
The issue Doug's had is those strays.
That's why I said expected, because if this dart's not straight, he won't be on a finish.
11.
He's not. Huge error at possibly the worst time. Just gives the advantage of throw now to Thomas Lovely in the finishing stages.
94.
Well, this is for the match, and this is
60.
for 4-2 victory.
Thomas, you require 87.
Doug's had his moments, but Thomas has just been on top in this contest.
35.
Will leave himself
Doug,
on
you require
52 if this
123.
1-2-3 doesn't go to make it 3-3.
6 starts ago, he was on 194. Would have been expecting something a bit easier, but it's a dart at the ball to dig himself out of the hole.
98. Thomas, you require 52.
To get his first win on the Super Series stage. 2 at 2/16s.
20.
Bain gets more opportunities.
require
This has been the issue for
25.
Thomas. The scoring's been okay, but 3 from 16 when it's come to the outer ring.
It's just all looking a little bit edgy.
Nine.
And still
Thomas,
the
you
tension
require
creeps in.
32.
But that could be that as far as Bain is concerned.
Game shot.
As Lovely
and the match,
gets over the
Thomas
line.
Lovely.
It's a perfect start for him. A 4-2 win against Doug Bain gets his campaign off to the perfect start. Yeah, job well done. Job well done for Thomas. A 4-2 win. Not a classic game, but it's one that he'll take nonetheless. The scoring was okay. The finishing, though, will need improvement. 13 missed doubles in there. Coming up after the break, Stuart Kellett makes his debut on the stage against Marvin van Velzen, Matthew Edgar's primetime pick. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Thomas Lovely got the better of Doug Bain by 4 legs to 2, averaging 78.32. That was despite 13 missed darts to the double in the contest. Hit a ton plus checkout to win his opening leg of the match. Right, let's get into our third game of the session. See Stuart Kellett back on the stage, the 42-year-old from Northwich, nicknamed Cooster, while Masters finalist. Also beat Phil Taylor in the Players' Championship once upon a time, up against Marvin van Velzen, the 23-year-old from Poldijk in the Netherlands, and they are tuning in to Marvin. I've been reliably informed from the sports bar in that particular part of the world. So I think it's Sports Bar Moldijk that they're tuning in from. And I hope you're enjoying watching Marvin play over the course of the week, because he has been a delight to watch. There's been a massive improvement from him since his first appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, which was around about this time last year. But it's a welcome to the stage to Stuart Kellett, a man who achieved so much in his career and a man who returns to the big stage, and a good return to the big stage.
Yeah, man, I wasn't sure how that return would go, but from a conversation we had this morning, I said, as soon as you get up there, the fire in the belly, the competitiveness, 81. The adrenaline pumping through the veins just changes it all, and you start to find your best once again, and we know what his best is capable of. This is a man who was once top of the 39. Pro Tour side order of merit going into the World Championships. Most of that comes down to the fact that finally reached at the UK Masters, which was a European 58. Tour. For anyone who doesn't know, we did have a European Tour in the UK. It actually played in Minehead. That event, Stuart Kellett reached the final, beating
60. Peter
Wright, Colin Lloyd, Dave Chisnell, Robert Thornton, Andy Hamilton, before losing 6-4 to the three-time champion of the world, John Part. £10,000 he got for that run, which still, I believe, his biggest paycheck to date.
92.
Yeah, be careful talking about events in the UK compared to Europe after some of the conversations that have been had the last couple of days. Intriguing interview with Joe Cullen done with Phil Bars over the last 48 hours or so.
Stuart, you require 170.
Well, this would be some way to get your first leg on the Super Series stage. Another one of them would have left the bullseye for the fish. And so Van Velzen
98.
Returning for 97
Marvin,
for an opening leg break.
97.
Double 12
73.
Doesn't go. And so Kellett returns to 72 to get the opening chalk on the board.
Double 16.
Game shot on
well, that's a way to settle into things, isn't it? A nice, comfortable, solid holder throw. One dart at the double. That should grow some confidence.
Second leg. It's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
You felt that for Stuart, it was all about getting out the traps and settling down early, and he has done exactly that. But there's the Van Velzen counter-attack.
He
was a player, wasn't he, Stuart Kellett? That was a little bit unsure about how it would come across here at the Super Series, but he's been playing pretty well when he's been taking part in the ADC in his local area.
60.
He's actually picked up 7 of those local ADC titles. Still playing his county darts as well for Cheshire. He's been playing that for many of years. A very county stalwart.
Do you feel like the measurement of Stuart's success, it may not be as much what we see in terms of results, but perhaps how he feels about things?
168.
Well, that first leg should have been encouraging enough for him to make him feel pretty good about himself. But he is going up here against a powerhouse
85.
Scorer in Marvin van Velzen.
And he's
really got that secret weapon, that big power scoring that was just blowing people away
38.
in Group A. The doubles letting him down at times. That's why I feel if he can just sharpen those up a little bit, is the real value play of this group at 6-1.
42.
I do think Stuart Kellett is going to play a big part in this group, though, even if he doesn't fully believe so.
Double 8.
79.
But he has got time on his side. And this is a demonstration as to Van Velzen's scoring power. Tuesday averaged 89.34. And that was despite being only 16 from 62 on the checkouts. And yesterday, Average
60.
90.16, 16 out of
Marvin,
40,
you
so an
require
improvement
16.
there day on day. And he's actually said to me this morning that he feels like things really did click into place on the final day of action in
Game
Group
shot on
A.
his
And things
second
may
leg,
well be
Marvin
clicking
van
into place
Velzen.
here as he levels up at one apiece by pinning the double eight.
Third leg, it's Stuart to throw first. Game on.
It's interesting to see the graphic at the start as well, to see Stuart Kellett nickname Cooster. That was the
60.
nickname he was originally using when he first burst on the scene, and he was playing at Lakeside and moving over to the PDC. He did change that for a period of time. He was known as
100.
KO. He used to have a shirt with some boxing gloves on the back of it. Going back to his original roots.
85.
He got to the final of the BDO World Masters back in 2010. He was actually the number 2 seed for that particular tournament. It was broadcast on the BBC. I believe it was the last World Masters to be broadcast on the
43.
BBC. Lost out in the final, 7-3 to Martin Adams. Averaged 91 in that final. Martin Adams, 98.34. That was back when Adams really was the dominant force as far
100.
as BDO darts is concerned. And because he was a seeded player, he actually got a bye all the way through to the last 16 of the competition. Beat Martin
45.
Phillips en route, Tony West as well in the last 16.
And he just speaks very fondly of it, doesn't he? He's very proud of his achievements. Even if he gets
60.
no more achievements in darts, he's very, very proud of what he's done, and rightly so, because he's played on stages that most people just admire. Most people dream of even getting near the stages, and he's played on them against the biggest players. Most notably, the one that all the players want, the World Match Play.
139.
We walked out in that Winter Gardens arena and took on the legend of the sport, the 16-time world champion. He's played the likes of Barneveld, Gary Anderson up on the big stages across the Grand Prix, World Championship, UK
94.
Open, Grand Slam, Players' Championship Finals and the European Championship Finals. He's played on them all.
84. Stuart, you require 102.
This 102 to lead 2-1. It would be the 4th ton plus out of the day thus far. If he could pin double 16.
86. Marvin, you require 90.
May just be a dart of the ball here for Marvin. Red bit not found.
65.
Well, you saw the facial expression of
Stuart,
Stuart
you
Kellett
require
after he missed
16.
that one. Don't tell me he doesn't feel competitive. The second you get up on that stage and they say game on, you come alive.
Game shot on the third leg. Stuart Kellett.
It's going to be dangerous in this group. He's been playing some good
Fourth
averages
leg.
across
It's
the
Marvin to throw first.
ADC
Game
system.
on.
Picking up 7 titles with most of the time averages in the high 70s, low
100.
80s, but when you get up there on that stage, you've had the proper preparation, because that's the other thing you don't tend to get in these sort of more localised opens. You don't tend to get the conditions
100.
like they are here at the Super Series, because here at the Super Series they are absolutely perfect conditions. Plenty of time in the back room for practice and
140.
preparation. I don't think I've seen a single person come off that stage and ever come off and say they don't like it. They tend to be, that is
45.
one of the greatest throws I've thrown. Very similar to a Euro Tour in terms of feel.
Do you think the fact that he's played third as well in the session, he's the last on to play, do you think that would have given Stuart a help? The
44.
fact he can settle in, he's seen a couple of games, he can really get accustomed to the environment instead of going straight on first.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's be fair, the people that have gone before him haven't performed. They're all sort of mid-70s,
97.
low 70s. It's been a slow start to the day in terms of the standard. So that will settle him down as well, because he doesn't have a very high ceiling or bar to try and hit.
100. $84. Marvin, you require 117.
6 and 117 to level this match up. He's been the better player. He's In terms of the averages, in front by 12 points. Top score 117.
77.
But the issue has been missed doubles. Only 1 from 6 in this match.
Well, the issue is getting the breaker throw as well, and Stuart Kellett has been pretty solid on his darts so far. And he's going to need to find a breaker throw somewhere, is Marvin van Velzen. Well, he's got to find the hold first.
Lovely light. There's no way he could have missed with the last, and it is 2-2. But Stuart's been doing his stuff on the throw, which in this game is all he really needs to do.
5th leg, it's Stuart to throw first. Game on.
Well, we mentioned that World Masters. This was the elite kind of company that Stuart was in at his very, very best. So he was number 2 seed for the tournament. The other
59.
seeds in that competition were Martin Adams, who was a 2-time back-to-back champion. Of course, he'd then go on to win a third that year. The other seeds, Steve West, perennial weekly winner here. Dean Winstanley, who was at the top of his game around about that point, made the Lakeside final a few months later. Tony O'Shea, Gary Thompson, the recliner, what a name. Ross Montgomery and Scott Waite, who, remember, at that point, was about to go on and win the Grand Slam of darts. That was how good Stuart Kellett was in his pomp.
55.
And that'll be inside. That is in there. It just needs to find the key to unlock the goods. And that is also one of the dangers when you play against someone like Stuart Kellett. Even 41. If they're not hitting it now, you know what they're capable of. You know what they've got in the locker. We see this all the time in the World Seniors events at the moment when people take on Phil Taylor. And whenever they take on Phil Taylor, they're always just look 99. A little bit edgy, just in case the power just clips that switch on.
$100.
Feel like we're just waiting for something to really burst in this game, in this group altogether.
29.
Well, speaking of bursting, that might burst his opportunities getting the breaker throw here. He did the hard work, but then couldn't set up the finish.
78.
That leaves it okay for Kellett. It means he can stay in that 19s area. Try and get himself a dart at the ball if he can get 4 of the 19s, but it's going to be under a little bit of pressure now, making a lot of pressure. Marvin van Velzen leaves himself a single dart. It's all going to be in the 19s area here for both. And the ball.
101.
Fine effort.
Marvin, you require 38.
But this is the opportunity that Van Velzen has been waiting for. The opportunity he's been hoping would present itself. The chance to break the throw.
Game shot on a 5th leg.
He's waited
Marvin
5
van
legs
Velzen.
to get there. Van Velzen breaks and the puff of the cheeks, a sigh of relief, as now he gets to throw for the match.
6th leg. It's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
On Monday morning, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way against Marvin, we saw that his numbers improved, but we were wondering how he was going to react to this environment. We thought maybe he could qualify for Saturday.
100.
I don't think on Monday morning we thought he was going to be a dominant force, but the way he's playing, he could well be in this group C.
He's coming alive, isn't he? Not just in regards to the darts hitting the treble, but in terms of the reactions
100.
now. These are the reactions we started to see from Marvin van Velzen when he started to find his best across his Group A campaign.
140.
Plays best when he gets that adrenaline pumping through the body. Some people really try and sort of subdue it, keep it down, where some people need it. They need to have
100.
that feeling, that coming alive.
Well, prior to this game, we hadn't had an average in excess of 80. Well, Van Velzen could be streets ahead of anything that's posted today.
46.
Head and shoulders following the end of round 1.
$135.
And he's going to get
Marvin, you
6
require
from here to see the
135.
job through.
It's a need to start on the bullseye. And wisely stays on the power scoring segments.
75.
Kellett can just purely hit and hope. Well, it looks like he's going to do the hitting part.
84.
Leaves himself
Marvin
handy.
requires 60.
Should get a couple of match starts then, Marvin van Velzen. And he's going to get 2 at tops. To set his stall out to the beginning of the group, Van Velzen gets the better at Kellett by 4 legs to 2. By far and by way, the best performance we've seen so far this afternoon. He was Matthew Edgar's tip for glory at 6 to 1. Well, he kicked off like a favourite. 88.71, 4 from 13 on the doubles. He beat Stuart Kellett by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Ray Mulvey and Thomas Lovely in action. It's the first game from the second round of fixtures. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first round of fixtures have been completed. We see Marvin van Velzen get the better of Stuart Kellett 4-2 after just before the break, shall I say. And then prior to that, Thomas Lovely beat Doug Boehm 4-2, and Ray Mulvey beat Daniel Lee by 4 legs to 1. And we're going to see 2 of the winners from the first round of action in our first game of round 2, as Mulvey and Lovely go toe to toe. And it has to be said that we saw some good signs in terms of the scoring as far as Thomas Lovely is concerned, but the finishing caused 1 or 2 issues. 13 missed darts and a double in the first game.
You can sort of give it a pass, can't you, in the first game, where there's always going to be a little bit of nerves, people jostling for position.
41.
Sort of feel a bit safe as well, in a way that you can make a mistake and get away with it because there's plenty of time still to come. Some people will grow and show their best when all the chips are down. Just look at Kevin Painter at the back end of yesterday, giving us his best performance when he needed it the most to book himself into a Group B.
$100.
Ray Mulvey
100.
has got better and better as the week has gone on. We was warned about this. We was told this is what would happen. So well done to
60.
all you that know Ray Mulvey over in Ireland joining us for some Super Series action.
81.
And we have seen players like Ray, who struggled in a Group A scenario, recover well when they move into a Group C. I think the best example is Moreno Blom back in Series 1, where he had, and he won't mind me saying this, a bit of a shocker in the Group A scenario. He was on debut, and I think the nerves maybe just got to him a little bit in the Group A. Then the first day of Group C, we saw better signs, but didn't get the results, and then went through the card on the last day to then qualify for the Saturday night. I don't know how he did, but he did.
Well, look at Graham Usher, who finished rock bottom of a Group A campaign and then won the week.
Ray, you require 82.
I think that was the first week we ever did together, wasn't it? And he had a tough week as well. In that particular week, we'll go through more on that in just a second. But this, for 1-0.
Thomas, you require 38.
We've seen Mulvey hit the double 19 so far today. Lovely, he's not going to attempt it.
6.
Well,
Ray, you require
double 17,
34.
the lesser spot it.
The least used double on a dartboard. Statistically.
Game shot on a first leg, Ray Mulvey.
No problem for Ray Mulvey, and he'll probably find a lot of good darts down that bottom end of the bed, the bottom end of the board,
Second
due to
leg, it's Thomas
the
to
way in
throw
which his
first.
darts lie.
Game on.
They do lie very flat if not pointing down. That it'll just be like an invitation. It'll like grow the double bed.
180.
That will feel like it was massive for Lovely. It finds another maximum. Hit one in his opening game as
45.
well. So no problems for Lovely on filling it up.
And that wasn't an easy week. We spoke about that Graham Usher week that he had to recover
44.
from. These are the other players involved. David Pallett, Martin Thomas, Lisa Ashton, Dan Reed, Justin Smith, James Richardson, Carl Hamilton, Alan Tabban, Reece Colley, Jared Cole, Nick Kenny.
85.
And Kieran Teen, remember, the week before that, the first week we ever had here in Portsmouth, had just 6 points in a
43.
Group A and went on to win the week. It's not how you start in this format. It's not how you start in this scenario. It's about how you can re-galvanise yourself after the initial disappointment.
60.
Not to go rocky on you. But it's not how hard you hit. It's how hard you get hit and you can keep moving forwards.
So you didn't want to go all rocky on me,
96.
but then quoted the film word for word.
Yes. I'll tell you where he goes on holiday in the next leg.
Thomas, you require 138.
138 for level match. He's got 6 of them here.
117.
Well, he's left himself on 21. Well, do you know where Rocket goes on holiday?
Nope.
He goes to climb
97.
Hadrian's Wall.
Thomas, you require 21.
Brilliant. Well done.
2 8s.
Game shot
To
on
level
the
up at
second
1-1.
leg, Thomas Lovely. Third leg, it's Ray to throw first. Game on.
Well, I'm sure our viewers have just got over that incredible joke there by Henry Deacon and
140.
wiped the tears away from their eyes and picked themselves back up off the floor in order to watch this next leg.
I might just quit this commentary lark and go into comedy.
84.
I've got so much I can say to that,
97.
but I'm going to leave it there.
Such as please do.
Or it couldn't go any worse.
45.
13 hours I've got in your company today, Matthew.
55.
I'm sure I'm going to enjoy all 13 hours of it.
We'll be watching every single dart thrown
134.
here at the Super Series across those 13 hours. And right now, Ray Mulvey is making a serious move here.
123.
Making it really hard for the group favourite here, Thomas Lovely, to get a foothold in against the darts. He's going to need to break somewhere. He's making his move as well. This is a good leg of darts.
Ray, you require 86.
Ray Mulvey finishing was superb in his opening game. He was taking these sort of shots out for fun.
72. Thomas, you require 58.
For that break. Double top. Double 10. 2-1 Thomas. He gets that break that he needed.
He knew it as well. He knew that was a moment. Little shake of the head, though.
It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
He's a little bit undecisive if that was good or it wasn't. It was very good, Thomas.
96. $59.
I was speaking to a couple of the players this morning. I was having a little bit of a, just as they were coming off the stage, having a little bit of a chuck. And I just got the feeling and the vibe from the whole of the practice room that I don't think there's anybody that don't fancy their chances. And actually, on paper, even though you had a big favourite in Thomas Lovey, I felt that the vibe was that all six of them kind of fancied their own chances in different ways.
Yeah, and that will obviously put more pressure on Thomas Lovely, who has got his own job to deal with here at the moment in regards to
59.
Trying to navigate his way through this group and book himself a place on Saturday night here on debut. But now he's got to do it with the eyes, the attention, the expectation, the backers.
75.
And that brings with it its own pressures, which again might be, and probably is, the reason why I do think Van Velzen is great value at sixes.
Thomas, you require 145.
145, six from here for 3-1 lead.
$97.
Will leave himself a 48 upon his return.
He's handling the favouritism very well here at the moment.
60.
Thomas Lovely.
Thomas, you
Trying
require
to confirm
48.
that breaker throw against Ray Mulvey and put himself a leg away from his second win in 2 games. Mr. 100%.
16. Ray, you require 157.
Well, today he's been the most likely to take one of these. But the 157 isn't going to follow the 101 and the 107. And so Lovely back for 32 to establish a 2-leg gap.
97. Thomas, you require 32.
Double 8.
Game shot on the
3-1
full
it
flag.
is.
Thomas Lovely. Fifth leg. It's Ray to throw first. Game on.
And a leg away from becoming the first player to move on to 4 points as far as this
60.
group is concerned. And you've mentioned it so often with Group C that you speak about the wall of 3 in terms of defeats, but how
140.
the impetus has to be in this group in terms of getting off to a good start.
Oh, absolutely.
60.
You can feel out of this very, very early if a couple of results go against you.
60.
7 wins is normally the amount you need to get through. 8 to sort of be assured. You will play 10 games across Thursday and Friday.
95.
Do you want to ask, has your wall of 3 just changed a little bit in recent times? Because initially here at the Super Series, the Group C's could sometimes be a bit of a lopsided affair, but as
97.
groups have become a bit more evenly weighted, is the wall of 3 as important now as perhaps it was at the start?
Oh, I think it's a good guide, and that's all the
96.
rule of 3 is. It's purely just a guide. You will get weeks where it doesn't work out, but if you look at the amount of weeks and you work it out as a percentage,
140.
you'd probably say 95% of the time it's on point. So play the numbers. And the numbers here are 64 points for 4 points
138.
on the table.
Thomas requires 64.
Be for back-to-back wins. It'd be a lovely start for Thomas. Tops.
Game shot.
Beautifully
and the
done.
match, Thomas
2
Lovely.
wins on 2 to kickstart for Thomas Lovely in this Group C campaign. He gets the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 1. A good contest and a good performance in the end for Thomas. 86.27 the average, 33% when it came to the finishing. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to watch Marvin van Velzen up against Daniel Lee. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Thomas Lovely got the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 1. And now we see Marvin van Velzen in action. He put in the performance of the first round and still the performance of the day in getting the better of Stuart Kellett by 4 legs to 2. As for Daniel Lee, well, he lost out 4-1 to Ray Mulvey in his opening match of the day. He'll be hoping to recover and pick up his first win at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Now, I get the feeling this will be the type of game where you may see a little bit of testosterone on the stage. Daniel not backwards and coming forwards, and Marvin we've already seen this week with some big celebrations.
First flag,
and
it's Marvin to throw first.
I'm going to dig
Game
Marvin
on.
out here. We watched him practice this morning, didn't we? And he was giving some big licks when it came to the practice. He was also having a good old sing-song to himself, wasn't he, on the stage? We caught him in
45.
4K.
Do you know what he was singing by any chance?
No, I should have asked that question.
Part-time journalism there from Henry Deacon. Gives you half the story. But I agree with you, Henry. I think this is going to be a testosterone-filled match. And what will tend to happen in these sort of games, you've got two people that like to give it a little bit, is it'll be all nice and calm.
45.
And then one will do it. And then because someone's give it a little bit, the other one will have to go a little bit bigger. And it'll build and it'll grow. Remember Gerwyn Price, Corey Cadby?
How could you forget?
That was the same situation, wasn't it? It was
60.
very subdued until one of them went, and then it turned into who can celebrate the most. I'm not going to lie. I kind of hope it happens here.
108.
Well, that was a bit of a sedate celebration from Van Velzen. And interesting, just watching Daniel Lee there, he's very square on towards the left-hand side when his opponent's at the board, isn't he? Very far away, out of picture.
58.
Yeah, he's taking a longer walk, and there is no rule into where you need to stand. I've mentioned this a
84.
few times. I've gone through the rule books trying to find quirky things that are missing or quirky things that are in the rule books, and one thing that there is no rule on is where you have to stand. The only rule is you need to get your darts
59.
and exit the exclusion
Marvin,
zone
you
at the
require
earliest
147.
possibility. If Marvin Van Velzen wanted to, he could literally take his darts out and just go stand next to Jack Garwood,
87.
as long as he wasn't in the exclusion zone. Maybe a rule I think needs to change a little bit.
85.
Because if you play here next,
Marvin,
that's
you
exactly what
require
you're going to be
60.
doing.
Oh yeah, can't tell me not to. Show me the rule that says I can't stand right here, pal. Could be done with 3 doubles.
52. Daniel, you require
We've had double finishes
143.
before, but the treble double.
Would have been more doubles than happy hour at Spoons. He ain't going to take out the 1-4-3, and so Van Velzen's going to return for double 4 to take out the opening leg.
89. Marvin, you
2
require
fours
8.
for the Dutchman to lead 1-0.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well,
Marvin
there's
Van
the first
Velzen.
celebration. It goes the way of Van Velzen after winning the first leg. Cue the testosterone.
Second leg. It's Daniel to throw first. Game on. $58.
Well, the one thing is, you do need something to shout about, and at the moment, Daniel Lee not giving himself too much to shout about here. He lost his opening fixture, just picking up the one leg against Ray Mulvey.
100.
But is he just sort of taking a little bit too long to approach the Yoki? He's someone that likes to play with a bit of adrenaline and a little bit of
140.
pace. Is he just sucking a little bit too much of the pace out, trying to be too deliberate, trying to be too sure of things at the moment, Daniel Lee?
Very much an upright stance of
59.
Van Velzen.
It's a very aggressive action, isn't it, of Van Velzen? Just a little bit of lift in the shoulder is the only concern there, which is why he's got to put so much oomph, shall we say, into the dart.
140.
For a guy who switches around the board a lot there, didn't quite use his mathematics well to set things up. But on the flip side of things, even if Van Velzen fills this up, he can't leave a finish. So
98.
no damage done. It might be something that Daniel Lee was aware of.
Just watching Daniel Lee approaching the Oki, he waits for Marvin to go past before then stepping inside the exclusion zone, waiting until he's ready and he's set before he throws his 3
85.
darts.
Maybe he's been watching this week. Maybe he's aware of the Van Velzen celebrations.
80. Daniel, you require 78.
Well, this to square up. It'd be only Daniel's second leg of the day so far. On just the solitary one against Ray Mulvey in his opening encounter. And he's going to have to go the hard way around it.
53.
Well, he's gone in all the wrong beds.
Marvin,
He's
you
left
require
himself on 25. The
164.
164 don't go. The only good thing for Daniel is Marvin's had a severe off-leg hit. But that could change.
96. Daniel, you require 25.
Double 12 is his MO. Double 12 is his hit.
Shot on a
Oh,
second
okay.
leg. Daniel Lee.
Okay. I tell you what,
Third leg,
it
it's
really is
Marvin
a
to
bit
throw
tense
first.
on that stage, isn't
Game
it?
on.
Even turned to him, didn't he? Maybe this is starting. We expected this. We thought this would happen. We thought this would turn into a bit of a head-to-head.
140.
You do feel, had that have been our maximum, we may have seen a reply.
We've got a Mexican standoff here.
And one thing I expect from both these
100.
players here is that this is going to be done as well in sort of the right way. It's going to be one of those that's a very heated battle in the moment, and as soon as it's over, we shake hands. You can go to any
70.
football pitch around the UK, and that's how it's done. It's banter, it's to and forwards, it's in your face, and as soon as it's done, shake hands, let's go to the clubhouse, have a beer and some sausage, chips and beans.
Matthew Edgar with the Vanarama National League South Handbook in his
140.
hand.
Oh, it's always sausage, chips and beans.
Oh, unless you're at Hungerford Town, where they do the best chili con carne I have ever had.
Although, I did go to one game and it wasn't sausage, chips and beans.
100.
Go on, where was it?
It was chips, beans and sausage.
Oh, wow. Actually, if you ever do get the chance to go to Bull Pit Lane, some of the best food in non-league football, Hungerford Town, and Dulwich Hamlet, unbelievable pies.
140.
140 for Lee. Leaves himself on a finish after 9, looking to break the Van Velzen throw. And now Van Velzen's deciding just to wait till Lee departs before stepping in the exclusion zone.
Oh, it's working for him though, isn't it? Just a little bit of time.
133.
Sets it up beautifully, but
Daniel, you
could you
require
imagine the reaction here if
121.
this 1-2-1 goes for a 12-darter for a breaker throw?
Treble 17. Van Velzen 58 for a 2-1 lead.
57.
Never ever wanted a game, by the way, to go the whole
Marvin, you
7
require
legs quite like
58.
this one. Tops. Double 10.
48.
Doesn't go.
Daniel,
Well,
you
we saw a
require
celebration
64.
towards Marvin Van Velzen when Daniel Lee held his throw, but this is a chance now to break. Should be a dart. It's going to be a dart. It's at tops.
44.
There'll be a reaction if this
Marvin, you
goes.
require 10.
I think Van Velzen's going to try and keep it in. He's going to try and rise above it till the very end.
Shot on the third leg, Marvin Van Velzen.
He didn't leave the arm out like we do see on times, but he did hold the hockey position.
Fourth leg, it's Daniel to
Why
throw
not?
first.
It's his hockey right now. He's 2-1
Game
up.
on.
Why do you want everybody to get along like best friends when we
140.
can watch matches like this?
Oh, I love it. As long as it's only in the heat of the battle, and after the game, we have a smile, we have a handshake. It is what it is. You leave it all behind you. As soon as you cross that yellow line at the back of the stage, we
125.
talk about in football crossing the white line. As soon as you go on the pitch, it's all fair game. It's all part of the match. And when you come off, it's reality. Same thing here. When you cross that yellow line at the back of the stage, all bets are off. It's
59.
about getting the points. It's about winning the match. You shake hands, you go in the back room, you move on.
59.
It's got shades of Nicholson Taylor back in the early 2010s.
My
93.
favourite darting rival is that. Paul Nicholson sat at the Winter Garden saying he's going to put him to bed.
But he had to bring his A game. And to be fair, they both did when they played a couple of months later at the European Championship.
108.
Gives it some welly, does Marvin, and Daniel Lee just looks away in disgust.
Still in a good position though here, Daniel Lee.
140.
Really drives home
Marvin, you
that
require
advantage of throw.
137.
2 trebles needed. Or 2 doubles on a treble. Either way, it's got to be perfect, and it's not.
84. Daniel, you
Huge
require
passes in play.
69.
Van Velzen on a single to double combination. Daniel Lee on 69 looking to square the game up. going to get a solitary dart. Well, he went for the bull. He went straight for the bull.
64. Marvin, you require 53.
And then left 5. I mean, just in this situation, I can only say wow.
Great guide. But he can't
13.
find it. And Daniel Lee's going to have
Daniel,
to
you require 5.
spurn a dart here. I mean, he's going to have to go for an uncomfortable double as well. Double 2 for 2-2. Van Velzen smirks in the background. He'll be purring like a Cheshire cat if this doesn't go, and it
No
won't.
score. Marvin, you require 40.
Well, I kind of feel that Daniel Lee has made the problem himself here.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Marvin Van Velzen.
Velzen gets the breaker throw. He's now got 3 legs to get the job done, 2 of which he'll be throwing first. And
Fifth
this will
flag,
give
it's
him
Marvin to
the
throw
perfect
first.
start to the day. We join
Game on.
Thomas Lovely, who's also started with back-to-back victories at the beginning of the day. That feels to me like that's the heavyweight clash. That come in around about 20-4.
99.
Now, there are some countries where you go to where they do have lines at the back behind the oki like
96.
this, where you're not allowed to approach the oki until the player has cleared the throwing zone. So if we were to say, for example, the exclusion zone at the back, the player would have to cross that line before you're allowed to go to throw.
97.
A rule they sort of adopted, if you remember, during the COVID. I remember the lolly stick man in the German Super League.
Yeah, where is he? That was peak darts, wasn't it? Someone got paid to literally go
140.
stop and go and stop and go. It's a job you literally couldn't mess up.
I'm sure you'd find a way.
Brilliant.
140.
Well, 140 there. He's left Van Velzen a 165. So it's opened up the door for Daniel Lee. But he
60.
isn't able to leave himself on a finisher. Put himself in a position that if he found a treble with the last dart would have left himself on on the same score as Van Velzen. And so now it's 6 for the match for the Dutchman.
95.
And he's left a 2-darter here to win what has been a tepidly tempered contest.
60. Marvin, you require 70.
Statistics-wise, it's been a close battle, but on the face of it, it just feels like Van Velzen's just been a little bit too strong at times.
It's tops.
30.
Oh, imagine if this
Daniel, you
goes.
require 145.
It's got to go. It could go.
Not to be for Daniel
79.
Lee, and Van Velzen has
Marvin, you
left
require
tops
40.
for back-to-back wins for the Dutchman, back-to-back defeats for Daniel, double 10.
Game shot and the match. Marvin
And it
Van
is a win
Velzen.
for Marvin Van Velzen. It's a handshake in the end between the pair. Well, there was a couple of flash points in that particular contest, but for Marvin Van Velzen, he can celebrate success. It's 2 wins from 2 to kickstart the day for him. A 4-1 success against Daniel Lee, who needs to find some wins towards the back end of the session. Now the tail of the tape from that one, Van Velzen averaging 86 despite 10 missed starts at a double. That's still becoming an inherent problem, but his scoring power is giving him opportunities. Coming up after the break, Doug Boehm and Stuart Kellett. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to enter the final game from round 2. Before the break, Marvin van Velzen doubling up his tally. 86.01 the average and a 4-1 winning against Daniel Lee. It was a fun contest to watch. There was a little bit of testosterone on the stage. There was a few big celebrations. There was a couple of cold glaring stares in amongst the contest. I don't think it's going to be as tempestuous this encounter between Stuart and Doug. If anything, Doug can't wipe the smile off his face so far this week. I saw him this morning and said, how have you felt the week's gone? Bit disappointed about playing in Group C, but he said, it's all right. It means get to play a few more games than in Group B.
Always find the positive. That's the way to be.
As our referee Owen Binks would say, think about what you have got.
58.
Which I suppose when you support Colchester United, I suppose you do have to think that way. What did you see about Stuart Kellett's performance? No in defeat to Marvin van Velzen, but what did you see in that performance which he can use as encouraging signs?
The best thing we saw from Stuart Kellett was the fact that
48.
he was disappointed with missing. He was happy with it. It would be very easy for him to sort of just go through the motions a little bit, just try and enjoy it, which is what he said he wanted to do.
43.
He's got no ambitions here at the Super Series. He just wants to go up there and be competitive and enjoy himself. But like I said at the start of the day, the second you get up on that stage and they say game on, something takes over. That little bit of familiarity kicks in. Being in that competitive environment.
60.
And we saw that coming through. The disappointment when he missed. That was not how he was sounding this morning. And that's a good sign that the competitor in Stuart Kellett is wanting
100.
to come through.
Do you think, though, he would have been the type of player, and look, I know this is
100.
ifs and buts and all the rest of it, but if he played in Group A, do you feel like that would have maybe given him a slight benefit to have a few days to work into the week? Or do you think actually this is perfect for him playing Group C?
100.
I think this is it. I don't think a week would have suited him really. Certainly listening to him speaking this morning, I don't think a week. I think having been in there on those sort of shorter formats, I'm speaking
85.
purely from perspective here though as well, where I'm sort of speaking from personal experience as someone who doesn't really play as much anymore, like Stuart doesn't. When you come into the Super Series,
58.
you don't want to be in
Doggy
a
require
week-long event.
150.
You want to be in and out, short, snappy, in these smaller groups.
$90. Stuart, you require 160.
160 for the opening leg against Fro. Not going to go, and so paying back for 60 to hold Fro in the first leg.
100.
And it's going to be put under pressure. That's
Doggy
a great fun
require
on the last
60.
start when you consider the bed was blocked. Well, at least nothing's in the way. Double 10.
40.
Presents Kellett with a
Stuart,
chance.
you require 60.
Really was a strength for Doug Boehm on the opening day, and it's not quite been there, the doubling.
20. Doug, you require 20.
There's that bit of disappointment from Stuart Kellett. That bit of competition, that bit of the warrior coming out.
Game shot on the first leg. Doug Boehm.
What Doug may be thinking is nothing's really coming easy to him. 2 from
Second
11 on his
leg,
doubles in the
Stuart to throw
first game
first.
against Thomas Lovely. A
Game on.
game which he very much was in the contest in and had to toil to take the first leg. 22 data.
41. 100.
He was someone who really stood out, wasn't he, on day one? And we was looking at it thinking, whatever the route, we expect to see him here on Saturday night. Well,
55.
the route is going to be quite tough here in Group C, because I think we've got 2 runaway players at the moment in Van Velzen and Thomas Lovely.
Why do you think it hasn't happened on days 2 and 3 like it did on day 1 for Doug?
44.
Oh, that's a wormhole of possibilities. And it's one that probably even Doug doesn't really know the answer to at this point in time. Some people you get a really good
115.
read on where you think, well, maybe the action's just a little bit inconsistent, but actually there's quite a bit of consistency in it. The darts are always landing in at a regular angle. He's not an emotional player where you say, well,
43.
maybe if he took a little bit of the emotion out of his game. He's not one that struggles with pace. He's always got a good pace and a rhythm. It's
125.
just something not working out for him at the moment.
$45.
So Kellett with 6 darts on 165 to square
60.
this match up. Stayed on the 60. Could have gone down for 25 to have left himself on a square ton.
$134. Stuart, you require
Left himself on a finish on
105.
135 himself, Doug. But Kellett 105. Treble 15 or treble 19? Treble 19 would have left double 14. And so
36.
Boehm will be heading for
Doug, you
25
require
first on this 135.
135.
Well, I said he'd go for bullseye first.
82.
Big last
Stuart, you
start.
require 69.
Puts himself on a single to double combination. It's going to be 2 darts at double 6. This is an ideal positioning on the board for a right-handed dart player. But the breakdown's not as nice when you've got to chase
63.
it down to the bottom end of the board.
Doug, you require 53.
Doug Boehm now big opportunity to really take a grip of this match. Break opportunity. 2 darts in hand.
Game shot on the
Only
second
needs the
leg.
one.
Doug Boehm.
Doug Boehm breaks the thrower Stuart Kellett and makes himself a massive favourite now to go on.
Third leg. It's
To
Doug
get
to throw first.
His
Game
first victory of Group C. It actually be his first victory in quite some time. He's on a hat-trick of defeats in Group A. And he lost his opening fixture here, so he's
45.
lost his last 4 matches. And he was on a little run of defeats before that. His actual form recently has not been so good. His last 8 games,
46.
he's only won 1 match.
And even in that game, he averaged just under 77 and missed 13 darts at a double against Ray Mulvey. As I said, on Monday, his average for the day was 88.66.
96.
Dropped down to 79 on day 2 and then was 81.95 on day 3. So, by and large, if you take the first day out, the drop-off from
100.
that to now has been quite considerable.
Well, Henry, Alan Green in our YouTube chat has asked if you can give him a player from next week's lineup. I do believe we'll be giving the lineup out tonight for next week, but we can't tell you any of the names on it,
100.
but I can tell you I'm not excited to see one of them.
I can actually tell you a player who's playing after the Week 8
140.
final. Pieface, because he's going to be playing in the Influence event on Sunday. Sunday afternoon, 3 o'clock,
100.
Super Series YouTube
Doug,
channel.
you require 124.
It will all be revealed from 10 o'clock tonight. I tell you what,
54.
it's a very good
Stuart,
week
you
next
require
week. I think you'll enjoy
155.
watching it.
Yeah, good luck picking a winner from next week's lineup. Make sure you stay tuned this evening.
89. Doug, you
Put it this
require
way,
70.
I think the winner of next week has got a good chance of winning the Champions League. That's how good the lineup is. 20 for tops. For 3-0 lead in the double break.
50.
Opening for
Stuart, you
Kellett to get back
require
in the match.
66.
Two 18s.
48. Dog, you require 20.
I was thinking if I can just put something in here, put in a spell, I can get this game done. Double 5.
Being in this situation
Stuart,
must
you
be quite
require 80.
frustrating here for Stuart Kellett when he remembers where he was, reaching European Tour finals and gracing the biggest stages in the world.
Game shot on the third leg. Stuart Kellett.
He's still got that competitive edge. He's still got that spirit and that fight. And that breaker
Fourth
throw
leg,
that Doug
it's
Boehm
Stuart
just
to throw
got
first.
has instantly
Game on.
been taken away.
Back to throw at 2-1. Let's have a look and see what you guys are saying then on
41.
the chat room this afternoon. So in terms of Tom Canhauser about the position, so players get different monetary prizes based on where they finish in the group. So Scott Mitchell for winning group, the biggest one is winning Group A. So if you win Group A, then you get double the money of the player who finishes second, and actually you get a fair distinctive monetary advantage, which now makes Group A that appealing group that everybody wants to play in because of the financial incentive. Group C, well, there is a prize structure which is based on top to bottom, and they go up in multiples depending on where they finish in the group. Same for Group B, then Saturday
41.
night exactly the same. The winners will win a nice cool prize, and then they will head through to Champions Week where £25,000 is up for grab. It's the biggest check that's
100.
ever been paid out here at the Modus Super Series.
One of the biggest payouts in the world of darts, certainly outside of the Pro Tours.
Well, put it this
96.
way, to win a check bigger than this at the amateur level, you have to win a world title. And talking of people who've won world titles,
89.
Bo Greaves, the two-time champion of the world, is going to be here tonight from 10 o'clock.
$60. Stuart, you require 134.
134 for Kellett. 1-2 down. Look at the score up at 2 apiece. Not to be on this occasion. It's fair to say that a finish like 1-6-4 has not been anywhere near on the cards in this match.
84.
But as we know, any outcome is
require
possible, no matter how
164.
unlikely it may seem. But that was impossible. Kellett to square up.
94. Stuart, you require 50.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
For a level
fourth leg.
game.
Stuart Kellett.
Stuart Kellett digging in deep here, showing that fighting spirit that we said
Fifth
he's
leg, it's
been
Doug to throw
demonstrating
first.
throughout the day.
Game on.
As you see there, he sort of holding the flights of the darts, not wanting to touch the barrel. He's a player that likes a more cool feeling, isn't he, on the barrel? You may remember
60.
that story from back in the day when he played at the Alexandra Palace, and while he was getting ready for his game, put his darts in the fridge.
45.
Well, he was very quick to state that he didn't put the darts in the fridge.
Yeah, he asked the players marshal on the occasion, can you put these somewhere cool? Because I like the darts to feel cool on the hand. And, well, he found a place. The fridge.
$100.
This is one of those things, though, when you rewrite history, it doesn't sound as good as the original version. Remember the Peter Manley, Adrian Lewis interview, or moment on the stage?
Giving it large, Adrian.
Well, that's
58.
the perceived one, but actually I believe he said having a laugh, Adrian, which isn't quite as nice. It doesn't quite have the same vibe.
140.
Cheers for ruining that. Next thing you'll say, Father Christmas isn't real. Doesn't matter, all the kids are at school. Well, at least they should be.
85.
Never know. They could be truanting, I suppose.
Well, I never thought that it'd be Henry Deacon that is the Grinch.
140. Doug, you require 118.
118 for Boehm to lead 3-2. What about the 14s now? Bull. Doesn't go. And so Kellett was 2-0
Stuart
down in this
requires
contest. He
76.
could find himself 3-2 up if he could pin the 76. Double 18.
58.
Doesn't go.
Doug, you require 25.
That was a chance to break the throw there, Stuart Kellett. After being 2-0 down.
Game shot on a fifth
And he
flag.
won't get
Doug
another
Boehm.
opportunity to break the throw on this occasion. Boehm puts himself a leg away from ending the streak.
Sixth flag. It's Stuart to throw first. Game on.
I mean, we're not talking full-on Undertaker at WrestleMania sort of streaks here. We're talking a much smaller streak of just
60.
4 in a row. But he's not been in this position for quite a while, Doug Boehm. He's lost 4-1, 4-1, 4-3 without getting down to a finish, and 4-2 in his
32.
opening game. So could be getting into a position of match darts for the first time in quite some time.
100.
Alan Green. Jason Cundy on TalkSport put his laptop in the fridge. Okay. I don't know why.
81.
I really don't know why, but okay.
$140. $100.
Got the feel of a game that's going to go the distance. Kellett making a move. Just showing me a little bit more pace here.
100.
Trying to be a little bit less deliberate. Trying to rely on his natural ability to come through.
However,
140.
140 makes it interesting. The
Do it, you
maximum
require
really could have
101.
changed the complexion of the leg. Kellett 101 to take us all the way. Double 16. It was just about in the single 9.
69.
This would be some
Doug,
way
you require
to
148.
win the contest.
2 treble 20s. Would have left the double 14. Now he's just got to hope that Stuart Kellett is not able to take out 32 with 3 darts in
100.
hand.
Stuart, you require 32.
Ideal.
Game shot on a sixth flag.
Inviting.
Stuart Kellett.
The invitation was responded to positively from Stuart Kellett. We go to a last leg
Seventh
shootout.
and final
Advantage
leg.
Doug
It's
Boehm.
Doug to throw first. Game on.
On the basis of that last scoring leg from Stuart Kellett, he may be able to carve out some opportunities.
42.
And the slips have come in at the most ill-opportune time for Doug. Can Kellett step in?
100.
Great farm with the last dart.
Yeah, big last start, that one from Stuart Kellett. We talk about the experience he's got. It does feel like it's a different Stuart Kellett, where that experience he won't really be able to draw on, and it was now quite some time ago
42.
that this is just going to be played with pure adrenaline now for Stuart Kellett. But the opportunities are presenting themselves. 242s from Doug Boehm, and look at this from Kellett.
140. $140.
Just keeps Doug in with a chance, but he's now hoping for Kellett mistakes. And again, that first dart, that settles you down. When you're in this situation, you get the treble with the opener.
100.
It settles you down for the rest of the shot because you've kind of got all the danger out the way. The fear of missing is gone. And it just becomes all about the joy of hitting.
100. Stuart, you require 161.
Little celebration there for Doug with a ton, but either way, you can't stop Stuart Kellett from having 6 darts at this.
He's going to make most use of the first 3 to leave himself on double 12 after 12 in a decider.
$85. Stuart, you require 24.
To bring the curtain down. Double 6.
Game shot.
Is found, last dart in hand, and it's a win for Stuart Kellett in the last leg decider against Doug Boehm. That was a hard-fought encounter for the pair, but it's one where Kellett gets a win, and you can see the relief on his face as he gets over the line. 81.33 the average, 4 from 16 when it came to the doubles. Coming up after the break, Ray Mulvey and Marvin van Velzen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Stuart Kellett got the better of Doug Boehm by 4 legs free to round off the second round of fixtures. And Marvin van Velzen, who is Matthew Edgar's pick at 6-1 at the beginning of the day to taste Group C glory, well, he's 2 from 2 so far, as is Thomas Lovely. A 4-2 and a 4-1 success means that he is also perfect as far as the table is concerned. And what is fairly uniformed up to press. So Van Velzen and Lovely, both 2 from 2. Mulvey and Kellett with 1 win and 1 defeat, whereas Boehm and Lee are yet to get off the mark as far as this group is concerned. The first game of round 3 sees Mulvey and Van Velzen go toe-to-toe. These two have been playing off against one another in Group A throughout the entirety of the week. Van Velzen, who has been dominating this particular fixture throughout the course of the week. But yesterday, Ray Mulvey beat Van Velzen by 4-2. And it was that win for Mulvey, which was the reason why Van Velzen is playing here in Group C as opposed to Group B later on this evening.
Ray to throw first. Game on.
Maybe he's got a bit of revenge in his mind. You don't forget those sort of results, those head-to-heads, those things that cost you. They do stick in the forefront of your mind, and you do want to try and get your revenge at every single possibility. We'll see if Marvin can continue this power scoring, this attack on the treble 20. I think we're watching a player here. I think we're watching someone who's going to grow and develop. If we look at where we first saw him to where we're seeing him now, we see the development. We're going to see him again in August. He's already won another ADC qualifier to be back here at the Super Series. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of those players we see develop and grow and sort of blossom here at the Super Series, where they get to a Saturday, then they come back and they win a week, and before you know it, they're over on the PDC Pro Tour.
I'm getting a lot of Bradley Roos vibes about Marvin. The fact that I know Bradley got to a final the first time he was here, but
96.
the first time Bradley was here, he was very raw. There was a few things of his game that we were commenting on in the commentary box to improve, and actually he listened back to that advice. It was Chris Mason in the commentary box that week, and he took on board the positives and the negatives, and we've seen the player that he's become. And I feel like with Marvin that he's learnt a lot in his year away here. I was actually speaking to him earlier on this morning, and I was just saying there felt like little bits that were improving
99.
and little bits that changed from last time. And one of the things he was saying was he felt last time he was a little bit too quick in terms of approach, or sometimes the first dart was being released when he wasn't set. And now he's just taking
58.
that extra split second just
Marvin,
to take his time, make sure when he throws that first dart, things are right. Hoping to get the opening leg right, but he may be hoping that Mulvey doesn't take out the 158. He had 3 ton plus outs in the first couple of games. We haven't seen one since match 2. Van Velzen can still treat as a one in leg 1 because he didn't mop up the 148 properly.
Marvin, you require 104.
$84 left, 24 left, and
80.
still 24 left.
Ray, you require 113.
Treble, single, and double. There's the single. No treble found.
57.
And this
Marvin, you
could
require
be the start
24.
of the problem for Ray Mulvey. Marvin Van Velzen steps in to break the throw. He's not up to the task, and the story continues to be the case for Marvin Van Velzen, that he keeps getting himself these opportunities, but when it comes to the doubles, just falling a little bit shy.
That's a horrible dart because it stands up, so it sits up to attention. It
Marvin,
sags below again.
6.
The story of this game you felt was it'd be a type of match that'll be all about Van Velzen. What he can do, and he finds the opening leg with a break and throw. It wasn't a classic leg by any stretch of the imagination, but he finds himself in a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
He did give us the best performance of anybody in Group A. The only player so far this week to record an average over 100. That was a 103.66. He hit that yesterday in match number 2.
140. $140. $96.
Of course, the Premier League Roadshow rolls into Liverpool tonight. I'm sure that'll be an interesting affair after what happened
85.
at Goodison Park yesterday. I wonder what kind of reception Luke Littler's going to get.
$121.
Yeah, I was really glad I played the triple captain on Salah this week. Wait all year for that. 38 weeks, and I picked the best one. Brilliant. Triple captain who gets 3 points.
Marvin, you
He
require
was lucky to get 3 points
144.
based on the performance last night. 144 for Van Velzen. He's got 6 from here. I believe Van Velzen does support a
58.
Premier League side as well.
$40. Marvin, you require 86.
Oh, I like this. I love this route.
54. Ray, you require 136.
Single 18 would have still left him a shot of the ball. Big fan of that one on 68.
81. Marvin, you require 32.
Always feels like he's got a bit of time on his hands at the back end of the legs here, Van Velzen. It's felt like that in a lot of the
Shot on the
games due
second
to that
leg,
big power
Marvin Van
scoring, but
Velzen.
certainly here against Ray, who needs to find a bit more.
Third
Well,
leg,
Van
it's Ray to
Velzen
throw
will
first.
make it a hat-trick of
Game on.
victories here at the start of the session.
$100. $140.
Well, we said that this was a game that would be played at Van Velzen's kind of pace, Van Velzen's kind of style, and
40.
he's now up the average to 83.5, 2 to the good. And in fairness, Ray's had his moments in this game. He's had a couple of darts at a double, but you get the sense that from 2-0 up,
80.
Marvin's really going to take the ascendancy from here. If you're tuning in to us
45.
via the YouTube chat room, great to have your company this afternoon. Do tell us whereabouts in the world you are watching us from, and we will shout you out from wherever you are. Could be from the United Kingdom, could be from the
97.
Netherlands, could be from Ireland, could be from America watching Doug Boehm, or anywhere across the world. Do let us know via the YouTube chat room. As Van Velzen closes in on the double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead that would ensue with it, but hang your horses a minute.
180.
Well, that's an expression I've not heard before.
87. Ray, you require 136.
Triple 20. Doesn't go.
30. Marvin, you require
Yeah,
97.
feels like a bit of a slip again there from Ray Mulvey at the business end. You can see it written all across him in the body language. He knows that he's a slip at the most crucial time, and an opportunity now for Van
Shot on the
Velzen. A
third
big
leg,
hit.
Marvin Van
A
Velzen.
breaker throw, a leg away. It's all going the way of Van Velzen. Absolutely dominant here in this
Fourth
fixture.
leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on.
He now has the darts for a 4-0 win, averaging 86.71. On top of previous performances, which includes an 88.71 against Stuart, Kellett, and 86.01 against Daniel Lee. We kind of know about
134.
roundabout where he's going to be playing the mid to late 80s region, and it's just been more than enough really today.
$85.
Closing in.
140.
He's seeing the finishing line in front of him, Marvin, and he is running towards it.
80.
I think we're seeing not just a growth from this time to last time, but I think we're seeing a growth of him throughout the course of the week.
He's blossoming,
40.
isn't he? Van Velzen. Monday, averaged 83. Tuesday, 88. And yesterday, for the day over his 5 matches, averaged 90.
59.
Big improvements.
147.
He's the class act of this group, isn't he, Marvin van Velzen? If he can just tighten up those doubles, he's going to take some beating, and I'm really looking forward to that clash later on with Thomas Lovely.
58.
But this one doesn't
Marvin,
feel
you
like
require
it's got long
40.
to go.
Has 6 from here to see the job off.
No score.
He's going to need the full quota.
$59. Marvin, you require 40.
Well, this is to make it 3 wins from 3. A hat-trick of wins to kickstart his Group C campaign. And Marvin van Velzen is going to take some stopping. A 4-0 success against Ray Mulvey, another average in the mid-80s range. He has been in superb form throughout the course of the day as he has a chat with Jack Garwood about something that happened in the contest against Ray. A 4-0 win for Marvin despite 10 missed starts and a double in the contest. And we're going to take a short break. When we return, Thomas Lovely and Stuart Kellett will go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage.
I thought I was going to win a lot more titles, but I haven't, and who knows why. The best feeling ever, you know. I was so nervous, I was just thinking, I was watching in the back room. Come on, Damon.
Will you ever shave the beard, or is it here to stay?
2 Aussie legends, 1 interview. Paul Nicholson asking the questions to Simon Whitlock in the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk, available now on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. That on top of plenty of other bonus content, exclusive interviews, the Bullseye Challenge, and all sorts of other stuff. If you subscribe now for more than just 6 days worth of action a week, plenty of content available via the Super Series YouTube channel. Here, From the live lounge in Portsmouth, beautiful surroundings here on the south coast, a place where you can be every single Saturday evening. More information about tickets in just a second. And two players on the stage should be hoping to book their ticket to Saturday night. Stuart, Kellett and Thomas Lovely involved in our middle match of the session, where before the break, Marvin van Velzen got the better of Ray Mulvey by 4-0. It means that the Dutchman is 3 from 3 at the beginning of his Group C campaign. What are we going to see from this particular contest between KO Kellett and Simply Lovely?
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
He's not KO Kellett no more. Cooster again, isn't he? Remember the graphic at the start of the day?
81.
Need to get that value back from when he was the finalist at the World Masters, and that is a great start there from Cooster, Stuart Kellett.
You could say he's on a bit of a roller coaster over the course of the next couple of days here at the live lounge.
Is that a tumbleweed
45.
that's just gone through the commentary box?
Just practicing for my new career in comedy.
100.
Anyway, we did say about the possibilities of you being here on a Saturday night at the Super Series. If you
60.
scan the QR code, which we're about to show on your screen there, it'll take you to a website called dartshop.tv, where you can obtain your tickets to every single Saturday night here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets just a couple of quid, booking fee, free drinks for a tenner, and you can enjoy
134.
a summer of darts on the south coast. I couldn't think of anything better, Matthew.
58.
Tickets available until
Thomas, you
the
require
20th of July. So
145.
if you do fancy a pilgrimage down to Portsmouth, well, there's plenty of weeks available for you. The Champions Week, very limited tickets available
59.
for Saturday the 25th
You
of
require
May.
158.
Kellett 158. Double 19. That would have been a KO
139.
blow.
Thomas, you require 86.
What can Lovely do with the 86? Well, it's now 82. And now Kellett returns for
23.
19.
Stuart, you require 19.
Double 8. For the
Game
break.
shot on the first
And
leg,
Kellett
Stuart
finds
Kellett.
himself one up. The
Second
smile
leg,
is
it's
very
Stuart to
much
throw
on the
first.
face. These two
Game on.
know each other fairly well.
$76.
Do you know what? I've been wondering all day, Matt, as to who Stuart Kellett reminds me of.
60.
And he reminds me of David Jones, the Sky Sports Premier League football presenter.
Okay, I'm just going to pop over
86.
to my friend Mr. Google. David Jones,
Sky.
sports presenter. Right, here we go.
69.
He presents Super Sunday on Sky.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
140.
Yeah, I can vouch for Henry Deacon on this occasion. Yeah, I see that.
140.
All of a sudden, Google's going to be inundated with David Jones searches, aren't they?
43.
Yeah, presents Sky Super Sunday, also famous for breaking a Vuvu sailor in front of Georgie
140.
Thompson.
Stuart, you require 156.
156 for Kellett. He missed a double 19 for the 158 in the previous leg. He's not going to have a go at double from the big combo this time round.
60. Thomas, you require 92.
Double, and it was almost
74.
delightful for Lovely.
Stuart, you require 96.
Opportunity for Kellett to double his lead. Going the more traditional treble to
56.
double, but sets it up handy.
Thomas, you require 18.
But lovely to get us back on par.
Game shot on a second leg. Thomas Lovely.
Lovely breaks back. It's 1-1.
Third leg. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on. $140. $77.
Have you got a look-alike for Thomas Lovely at all?
57.
To be honest, I don't think I'm going to top the David Jones. To be honest,
58.
Could you say Stuart Kellett's also got a just Scott Parker about him?
95.
Scott Parker, whose most famous achievement in management is getting thrashed 9-0 at Liverpool as manager of Bournemouth.
Didn't he get Fulham promoted to the Premier League?
40.
And then get them relegated again, yes. Overrated.
I've got a feeling
60.
you don't like Scott Parker.
No, I've got no beef with Scott Parker. In fact, I've actually interviewed Scott Parker before. Went on the EFL freelance trail when he's manager of
60.
Bournemouth.
I'm sure
Thomas,
he'd
you
be
require
thrilled.
149.
Last time I saw Scott, he was managing in Belgium somewhere, wasn't he?
113.
Well, I didn't physically see him, but he was. Club Bruges, was it?
83. Thomas, you
We'll
require
talk about the promotion.
36.
That's what Thomas Lovely's going to be hoping to promote himself through to Saturday night. It's been good so far, 2 from 2.
Game shot on a
He's
third
on
leg.
course.
Thomas Lovely.
For 3 from 3, joining Marvin van Velzen, who's achieved that feat already. They do look like the two class
Fourth
acts in the
leg. It's
group.
Stuart to throw first.
But something's going to
Game
have to
on.
give at some point because they've got to play each other next. And that's not writing Stuart Kellett off either, because we've just seen Stuart Kellett pick up a victory in his
100.
last game. That won a 4-3 victory over Doug Boehm, where he did have to come from behind. He was 2-0 down in that one, so won't be phased at the prospect of having to
60.
turn this one around against Thomas Lovely.
However, there is a severe feeling that table separation could come into play very, very quickly here.
83.
They'll be joining Scott Mitchell,
100.
whose reward for winning Group A is a day on the farm. Chasing cows everywhere, I believe.
77.
Utter madness.
That's just a bit cheesy, that joke, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw him on his
85.
tractor earlier on this morning.
Very good performance from Scott Mitchell, Group A. From start to finish, the top man in on the
100.
top of the table. He's going to take some beating on Saturday. But the jeopardy does increase when it comes to a Saturday night, and just
96.
one good performance can
Stuart,
put you in
require
problems.
141.
Triple 19. Doesn't go, and so Lovely will be back for 160 for a 3-1 lead.
109.
May have to take it out because Kellett's
Thomas, you
threatening
require 160.
an opportunity to make it 2-2 if he could pin the double 16. Another one of them. Oof, one far away, scared it.
95. Stuart, you require 32.
Got to move up to double 8.
16.
Not much of an adjustment, but he wasn't able
Thomas,
to
you
find it.
require 65.
And now Thomas Lovely got a chance to drive home that advantage. A break opportunity here for Thomas Lovely.
45.
Not able
Stuart,
to
you
take
require
it.
16.
Double 8 for a level match.
Game shot on a
2-2
four flag.
it is.
Stuart Kellett.
Actually, there's another suggestion about Stuart Kellett lookalike. Sorry, Stu.
Fifth flag. It's
How
Thomas to
about
throw
the
first.
ex-Chelsea player, Scott Minto? Who, by the way, is one of the nicest men you'll ever meet, Scott Minto.
140.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? That Stuart Kellett looks like about 7 different people.
It's good if you want to go to a fancy dress party.
59.
Scott Minto, who after retiring presented the Liga on Sky. So he now looks like 2 Sky Sports football presenters.
100.
It's not quite looking like the Stuart Kellett, though, that we remember seeing those years ago.
55.
At times I just feel he's been a bit too deliberate in the approach. When he's just letting it come through naturally, he's getting better
91.
results, but just seems to be taking a bit of time on this first start. See there, dart 2 and dart 3
96.
thrown with a bit
Thomas
more
require
pace.
170. $46.
One thing you do know about Thomas is his darts will be thrown in the board. His javelin-like point really do spearhead their way into the bed.
60. Thomas require
An
124.
aggressive throw, isn't it? But it works for him superbly. Doesn't have to go for treble 18 and didn't attempt to. And he's
100.
left himself on double 12 upon his return to put himself 3-2 up.
There is literally no drawback, is there, on the throw from Thomas Lovely? It all starts from the back set position, and it's all just arm and muscle.
140. Thomas require 24. Game shot on a fifth flag. Thomas Lovely.
Takes himself a leg away. It is looking like it's all setting up
Sixth
for that
flag. It's Stuart to
big
throw
main
first.
event heavyweight clash
on.
here in Group C between the two. Between Van Velzen and Thomas Lovely. But I'm sure Van Velzen will be joining the
137.
Stuart Kellett fan club right now, hoping that Stuart Kellett can do a favour and dish up a defeat there to Thomas Lovely. The
93.
reason being that means that everybody would have tasted defeat other than Van Velzen.
At the moment, MVV is hoping that he's going to be the
59.
sole MVP in proceedings.
$58.
Well, Thomas Lovely could set up what is Paul Nicholson's favourite part of a leg, the 350 and 6.
60. $45.
Kellett did come on really strong at the back of that last game, didn't he, when he got the victory
70.
against Doug Boehm. And he was against the darts in the last leg as well, so again a situation that he's had recent positive experiences with.
77. $60.
He's left himself on 115. Lovely. With a couple of troubles, could just assert itself as favourite in this leg. And a couple of troubles he'll find. All 3 he'll find. And now this leg holds a completely different complexion. This is now a match saver. And so Lovely's back for 48
59.
to make it 3 from 3.
Thomas require 48.
Double 16 and now double 8.
40.
Felt rushed.
Stuart, you require 56.
Felt important. could be huge in the context of the group. This could place Stuart Kellett right into this match and into this Group C campaign.
36.
He couldn't have got any
Thomas,
closer.
you
A
require
fine
8.
effort, scraping the wire, and that could be the difference between winning and losing.
Double 2 for win
shot.
number
And the
3
match,
for Thomas
Thomas
Lovely
Lovely.
as he keeps up his 100% record in Group C. Stuart Kellett had his chances, he had his opportunities, but it's Lovely that gets over the line. And a bit like Marvin van Velzen in this group, it's his scoring power which has given him so many opportunities at a double. He snuffed his lines 10 times on the outer ring, but he found the 4 legs, and that's what matters the most. Coming up after this, Daniel Lee up against Doug Boehm. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Thomas Lovely got the better of Stuart Kellett by 4 legs to 2, averaging 81.194 from 14. When it came to the doubles, right, time for our final game of the third cycle of the games, as we see Daniel Lee and Doug Boehm go toe-to-toe on the hockey. This pair still searching for that maiden success on this Thursday afternoon. Daniel Lee winning just a solitary leg in both of his games against Ray Mulvey and Marvin van Velzen, respectively. Meanwhile, for Doug Boehm, well, he's got closer with every game. Lost 4-2 in match 1, lost 4-3 in match 2. So maybe, if the trends are to be believed, he may get 4 legs in this one.
First leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
It's been a slow start to the day for Daniel Lee, a player who's got through to the Saturday night before. He's only managed to win a leg in his opening 2 games. 1 in the first, 1 in the second.
140.
But there's still time. Don't play it as a table, play it as a continuum where you just got to get those 7 wins. It just means there's not much more room for error.
85.
Budovin sat backstage watching on the screen that is in the practice room, and probably quite
59.
hopeful after what he saw so far from Doug Boehm, who's not been able to follow up that form that he saw on Monday. But Charles Smith, I can see your comment there, pal, in the chat room.
66.
Don't worry, I've got your back. I'll tell you the table positions. We're going to do it in reverse order. We'll start in 6th place. In 6th place is Daniel Lee. 5th place is Doug Boehm. They're the 2 players that are playing now, so something's got to give. They're both sat at the bottom of the
58.
table on 0 points. In 4th position, we have Ray Mulvey on 2, following his 3 fixtures. Stuart Kellett on 2 points, following his 3 fixtures. And then a bit of a gap to the top 2. Which is Marvin and
58.
Velzen on top and Thomas Lovely both on 6 points. So a 4-point gap appeared already in the qualifying positions. That is from position 2 to
43.
3.
And I think the rest of the group will be happy with the fact that the next game is going to be Van Velzen up against Thomas Lovely, because at least somebody is going to be
60.
kept on the 6-point mark.
Well, it's a positive and possibly a negative as well, because that means someone's going to move to 8.
100. $65. Daniel, you require 101.
I'll tell you what, earlier on today, I was going to say, is he going to go 51 ball for the 101? Because
53.
we saw earlier him go 3 ball on
You require
53, and I'm sure I remember the last
167.
time he was here, he would do anything in his power just to go for the bullseye first time of asking. Treble 19. Now the bullseye doesn't go.
134. Daniel,
Fine
you
effort.
require 48.
Well, he did
34.
say that he'd test our spotter
Don't you
out, and
require
20 double
33?
14 is one way of doing so.
Going the Mensa Suljevic way. The Mensa Suljevic school of thinking, leave double 14 at all possibilities. Doug going a little bit more conventional. 1 for double 16.
Game shot on
Finds
the first
it.
leg. Doug Boehm.
That is a break of throw as well. Doug Bain, who's finishing on
Second
Monday,
leg,
was
it's Doug to throw
notable. Very near that 50%
Game
mark,
on.
and then has been absolutely nowhere near that sort of level since. But the time is now, as John Cena would say.
Question from Alan Green, Henry and Edgar. Who has got the
100.
best voice in sport? Best commentary voice in sport? Now, for me, there's only one answer. I don't know whether you've got an answer to this
105.
question.
Go on then.
Football commentator John Champion. The best voice in all sport. It's a shame that we don't get much of him over in this country now. Unbelievable voice.
180.
Incredible commentator. Him and Clive Tilsley, for me, are the 2 best in the footballing department. Adam Summerton
60.
actually quite good now on TNT. What about yourself?
No, it's not me. No, I'll tell you who I really like at the moment. And you may
66.
say maybe not because it's on the wrestling. I'm really enjoying Pat McAfee.
140. Doug, you require 155.
Never got COVID because he had virus protection, didn't he, McAfee?
It's not going to take off this comedy career, Henry.
$58.
Doug is here looking to carve a career in darts. He's putting the hours in.
38.
3 hours a day,
Doug, you
4
require
to 5
97.
times a week. Player that's not been playing darts really too long. He put him down for a little bit of time. Now, seeing how far he can go in this
57.
game.
Daniel, you require 158.
That grazed the wire both times. What can Lee make of the 158? Great first start. Great second. Double 19.
120.
Took a
Doug, you require
second to
40.
reset before firing the last dart.
Game shot on a second
Yeah,
leg.
did that
Doug
little
Boehm.
pause just break the flow and the rhythm that was there for Daniel Lee.
Third leg, it's Daniel to throw first.
Not a tune
Game
there
on.
for him to have broken the throw back at the earliest possibility, but instead Doug Boehm takes a 2-0 lead. He's been in this position before already today as Doug Boehm, and he wasn't able to
43.
convert. That was when he took on Stuart Kellett. He went 2-0 up in that game. Ended up losing it 4 legs to 3.
'83. '47.
Not really happening at the moment for Daniel Lee to the degree it did 10 months ago for him when he was here at the Super Series.
Some great comments as to
97.
best voices in sport. Des Lynam. And the one that everyone's talking about, and this is a great shout, John Gwynn.
58.
Great voice. One of the voices of the sport. Man who's sorely missed within the sport of darts.
78.
I actually remember before my first commentary shift here, it wasn't too long until John sadly passed on from us. And he actually sent me a tweet.
95.
And I've got it bookmarked on my Twitter account because it's something I hold so dear. And he said, all the best, Henry. It's a fine pursuit. He wasn't just a great broadcaster, but he was a great man. And actually people that I speak to
55.
about John only talk about him in glowing terms. And we sincerely and severely miss him.
180.
Better from Lee as he fires in his first maximum of the day. Wasn't a spot of bother
100.
there as well. It wasn't a
Daniel, you
wasted max. It was a
require
very much
78.
needed maximum. What is he doing here? What?
6.
Help me out, Henry.
Doug, you require 88.
I wish I could. Answers on a postcard. The question is, what does he do now? Go full board. Go full board, because he could go
72.
anywhere here.
Daniel, you require 72.
Okay, that's more conventional. This is, well, he's left the bull. This is what you said he wants to do. He
47.
started on the ball for double
Doug, you
14.
require 16.
The smallest target on the board. Well, from 78, after that 180, he's made an absolute mess of things here, Daniel Lee.
Game shot on a third
And
leg. Doug
Quite
Boehm.
rightly punished.
Fourth leg. It's Doug to throw first. Game on.
Well, the mind whirls.
Mine's still whirling now. I've not seen anything like that, and I've watched thousands of games
96.
of darts. Well, each to their own, they say. I mean, what was he doing on the
77.
75?
Well, he was going... Right. With the first dart, I would imagine he's going 25 ball after the first one. The second dart was probably the most normal dart of the visit, but it's the third one where he's got 72 left and he's gone for the double 16.
No, the
43.
second dart was really low. That can't have been a dart of the bullseye. We're going to try and figure this out for quite some time, I'm sure, but...
Unless he was going for treble 17, and it was just a really bad dart at it, really bad attempt at it.
96.
Yeah, that would make more sense. I think that's what he's doing. Treble 17, yeah, you've nailed it. That's how much it's puzzled us. It's took us 12 darts beyond that to figure out what was going on.
140.
Well, at least we know his favourite double's double 14.
84.
Yeah, down the Mensa Solovich school of thinking. It's always nice, isn't it, when you've remembered for something like Mensa, the Mensa double. Della with his 138.
Humphreys for his 138.
140.
Littler for the bull 11 pull.
Well, Doug Boehm will be remembered shortly here
100.
for potentially a
Doug, you require
4-0 victory.
82.
82 points to go.
Double 16. He hasn't let what's happened here
50.
phase him a bit.
Daniel, you require 144.
Could go anywhere. Another one of those. Oh, wow.
From the ridiculous to
Shot on
the
the full
sublime
flag,
from Daniel
Daniel
Lee. A 1-4-4 to bring it back to 3-1 and to keep himself in the contest.
Fifth flag, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
This is the first time I'm watching Daniel Lee, and wow, it could be anything, isn't it? He's entertaining,
59.
let's put it that way. This is brilliant. We haven't seen this sort of performance from a player,
135.
this sort of maverick way, since back in the days in Southampton. Remember when Scott Williams used to come down? He'd throw darts away in practice. He'd
100.
go all sorts of wacky ways, and we now see him gracing the big stages in those big yellow shoes.
Do you remember he used to wear the Paul Nicholson socks? Of course, Scott Williams, who made the semi-finals of the World Championships back in January. Didn't just beat, but he battered Van Gerwen in the quarterfinals. And incidentally, happy birthday, MVG.
100.
I do feel that the Scott Williams reaching the semi-final is such an understated story due to what happened with Luke Littler taking the headlines. Because on any other year, you would talk about that Scott Williams semi-final in such high regard due to the
139.
surprise and the people that he beaten. But it was just overshadowed, wasn't it, that year?
I remember when Jamie Lewis got to the semi-finals, and it wasn't too far out the scenario that Scott Williams was in. I think if Littler never got to the final, I think Scott Williams would have been an
84.
outside shout for World
Doug, you
Series
require
spot in one of the events, like
167.
Jamie Lewis had when he went deep.
Yeah, he would have been talked about a lot more, and it's kind of a shame for Scott, really. He's a bit of a character, isn't he?
97.
Well, the good news is
Daniel,
there's only
you
one way to
require
go for this.
158.
Another.
100. Doug, you require 70.
For the match. 20 for tops. 20 for ball, shall I say. It is tops.
50. Daniel, you
Daniel
require
Lee's got me
58.
lost. Double 10.
38. Doug, you require 20.
Double 10 for 4-1 win. Oh, it
No
grazes the
score.
wire. They're all good darts, but neither could find a way.
Daniel, you require
That's
20.
a man who's not just playing this situation, playing this match, but playing the scenario and the
Shot on a fifth
continuum
flag, Daniel Lee.
of what's been going on. We need to remind you the run of results for Doug Boehm at the moment. He has lost
Sixth
his
flag,
last
it's
5
Doug to throw
fixtures in a
first.
row,
Game on.
only winning 1 of his last 8 matches. And that is why when you get to the doubles, you just start tightening up a little bit. It's not
64.
doesn't come as easy as it does in the practice room when you're trying to break one of those streaks.
100. One hundred. One hundred. $60. 45. 60. 42.
Benny had a 2-0 lead in his last game and threw it away. He's had a 3-0 lead in this one. If he doesn't get over the line here, you've got to fear, though, it may be a long campaign for Doug Boehm. Especially when you look
41.
ahead to his fixtures later on in the day. He's still got Marvin van Velzen to play, the scoring powerhouse.
60.
He's still in a comfortable position at the moment in this leg. Likely to be left on a better finish of the two. But you wouldn't have the throw in the last leg.
21.
And he barely leaves the finish here.
154.
You can just sense the tension and the nerves. Doug Boehm when that finishing line's coming into sight.
43. Doug, you require 155.
Well, this would be some way to win it. Not to be. Why have I got a
58.
sick feeling about Bull
Daniel,
11
you
Bull
require
here?
111.
Because he's not. Tops.
91. Doug, you require 97.
For the match. Needs the treble 18. And wow. He was 3-0 up. He was cruising. He's had multiple match
Daniel, you
starts.
require 20.
But now Daniel Lee, a chance to level us up. And he would have the throw in the last leg.
Game shot on a
You've got to
sick
say,
flag. Daniel Lee.
big advantage Daniel Lee for two reasons. Reason number one, he's got the advantage of throw.
7th and final leg.
Reason
It's
number
Daniel
two,
to throw first.
all the momentum
Game on.
is with him right now. He was 3-0 down. He's levelled it up. And Doug Boehm at the back of the stage shaking his head. He can't believe it's happening again. He's throwing away another lead.
105.
And again goes down for the bullseye at the end of the first bit of a leg. That's on the subject of birthdays. Also, happy birthday to
60.
Eric Bristow, the 5-time champion of the world.
$105.
Why? Can you explain to me why, Henry?
There's a reason why we hire ex-players as pundits, but I don't even think you
140.
can give rhyme or reason here.
Not a clue. It's burning darts.
96.
I mean, he's getting away with it because he's finding a treble on each occasion and just holding on to that throw, but I just don't get the dart. It's just literally, I get it maybe once. We see that a lot with some of the Dutch
55.
players, but I see no benefit to doing it twice. I'm not really in agreement with it being used on one
96.
occasion. But this is by far his best leg, despite the fact he's threw two away.
And he's left himself on 99.
The ice cream finish. Looking to give it a licking and turn this around from 3-0 down to a 4-3 victory. It would be his
86.
first victory
Daniel, you
of this
require
Group C
99.
campaign.
Tops. Doesn't go, and so Boehm 160 to save the match. He was 3-0 up.
59.
You may have to take
Doug,
it,
you
otherwise he
require
could be on the receiving end of a
160.
defeat.
Two treble 20s won't go. It's sat nice for him to try and bring this down a little bit. That is an inviting dart at the bottom of the treble bed.
100.
He's now
Daniel, you
hoping
require
and relying
40.
on misses from Daniel Lee.
One left.
20.
3 missed match
Doug, you
darts, and
require
Boehm is
60.
back.
It's like Christmas Day.
Game shot and the match.
And it is
Doug
a
Boehm.
present in the end for Doug Boehm, who gets over the line. Eventually, he had led 3-0 in the encounter. Daniel Lee brought it back to a last leg shootout, but here's the American who seals the points. And I don't know what that was. I'm going to be honest with you. I got no idea what that was. Next game, Van Velzen, lovely. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds worth of matches on the first day of Group C. And this is what we've seen so far. We've got 2 runaway players at the top of the group, Marvin van Velzen and Thomas Lovely, the pair winning each of their opening 3 games so far, and they establish a 4-point gap from the rest of the field at the top of the pile. Doug Boehm, Stuart, Kellett and Ray Mulvey all with a win apiece, was Daniel Lee the only player not to have picked up a success so far. Well, the top 2 are going to go toe-to-toe in our 10th game of the afternoon session. So for one of Van Velzen and Lovely, their perfect record will continue. But somebody, though, has got to go. And on the basis of today's evidence, Matt, who do you think you would have as favourite to go on and win this encounter?
I think Marvin van Velzen would be the favourite choice here, purely on the fact that he's got the darts, because we are going to watch 2 very evenly matched players battle it out here. If you look at the scoring power, though, of van Velzen, you think he may be able to open up a bit of an opportunity.
Marvin to throw first. Game on.
But in terms of what the 2 are doing on various tours around the world at the moment, Thomas Lovely by far producing the better. Running average just outside that of a PDC Tour card holder.
44.
And that is over a 12-month period, so he's doing it consistently. And one thing Marvin van Velzen's not had yet is he's not had anyone hit him back. And you do feel that Thomas Lovely will be able to strike back with the power scoring that is Van Velzen.
They've both been fairly similar today in terms of what their strengths and their
97.
weaknesses have been. Both have scored powerfully over the course of the day, but the pair have had to make use of opportunities to get over the line.
98.
Thomas Lovely in his first game against Doug Boehm, 4 from 17 on the doubles. Van Velzen against Kellett, 4 from 13. Then in round 2, Van Velzen 4 from 14. Lovely 4 from 12. Round 3,
41.
Lovely 4 from 14. Van Velzen also 4 from 14.
This is a slow start for Van Velzen.
99.
The key strength, the key weapon of attack for him is this part of the game, the front 9. And he's missed out by nearly 120 points. That is 2
85.
trebles short of the Thomas Lovely pace.
$58. $87. Thomas, you require 146.
146 for Lovely. Not to be. And Van Velzen's just kind of caught up now.
46.
Okay, it helps the fact he has the darts,
Marvin, you
but this
require
147 to
147.
take out the opening leg. Lovely's already taken out a ton on the nose today. May get a chance to find it again. He actually found it in the first leg of the match. His
59.
first leg of the day
Thomas, you require
against
100.
Doug Boehm. Tops. Had to be the way the first dart
60.
sat below the bed.
Marvin, you require
It
88.
may just be a dart at the bull here for Van Velzen to draw first blood.
Well, it could be a complete flip around of everything we've seen so far, where the scoring's bailed him out up to now, but it could be the finishing that saves him here.
74.
Grazes the wire.
Thomas,
Fine
you
effort
require
there from
40.
Van Velzen. But he'll be stood at the back of the stage now, expecting to see his throw
So
get
on the
broken,
first
and it
leg,
does.
Thomas Lovely.
Little raise of the eyebrows there for Thomas Lovely, who probably didn't expect to get the breaker throw
Second
so
leg,
easy. A
it's Thomas
19
to
dart
throw
leg there
first.
for Thomas
Game
Lovely,
on.
which meant he was allowed 7 visits to the board in order to get that break.
Are these 2 players knowing the
140.
significance of the situation of the matches started as a virtue of that?
Quite possibly. They are 2 players that, although they're doing good things at the moment, don't
100.
quite have the experience of this sort of situation, and they're learning on the job.
That first dart's the perfect one, isn't it?
100.
Just kicked up just above the 20 bed.
Well, it's like the 9 out of 10, because the 10 out of 10 is just on the inside wire of the treble 20, but that little bit of lift just to
135.
invite it, just to carry it in, to act as that backboard of a basketball hoop.
60.
And of course, don't forget tonight we're going to be seeing the
61.
two-time Women's World Champion Bo Grease make a long-awaited debut on the Super Series stage. 10 o'clock for that here on the Super Series YouTube
25.
channel. I think out of all the players that we get tagged in tweets or tweets get sent in for players people want to see on debut, I think Bo Grease is up there amongst
105.
anybody else.
Yeah, I need to stop tweeting him for that one. She's here now.
100. Marvin, you require 100.
Two darts again.
80. Thomas, you
Again,
require
just
76.
grazes the wire. The same in the last leg, 88. Found the treble, missed the two darts at the double. And Thomas Lovely stepped in and punished him, and it was on tops.
56. Marvin, you require
below.
20.
And so Van Velzen's got an opportunity to break back on double 10.
Game shot on a second leg.
Well, it
Marvin
wasn't a
Van
classic
Velzen.
leg, has been a classic match. Van Velzen looking to pump himself up. Back we are at 1-1.
Third leg.
This
It's
is when
Marvin
Van
to throw
Velzen
first.
really starts to motor, when you start to get that
Game on.
reaction, when you start to get that emotion injected into his performance. Those eyebrows haven't dropped yet for Thomas Lovely. They've been raised for quite some time. I don't know whether it was in regard to the reaction there from Van Velzen, or
98.
maybe the surprise that he give the throw straight back again.
$140.
It feels like one player has settled in this game more than the other, doesn't it? Thomas just beginning to settle into proceedings.
85.
Well, Thomas is more regular out there on the various tours and now has Pro Tour experience. We've seen him out on the PDC Pro Tour this year. Had a couple of call-ups due to his success
81.
on the Challenge Tour. And he has had a couple of wins on there as well. And you don't need to win too many games now on that tour to pick up a few pounds in the pocket. £1,000 just for winning the opening game, which he's done on a few
140.
occasions now. The most notable one for me was the victory over Andy Barton's, a 6-5 victory in one of the
140.
earlier Players' Championship events. Andy Barton's obviously WDF World Champion, picked up that trophy at Lakeside this year before going on to be a PDC Tour card holder.
100. Thomas, you
Keeping the
require
trophy nice and warm for
140.
Matthew Edgar in December.
Yeah, I need to go and polish that for somebody else.
55. Marvin, you require 78.
Jacob Taylor, I think, is a very good shout for that tournament. Double 10.
68.
1 from 6 on the doubles now, Marvin.
Thomas, you require
I think it's
85.
wide open, to be honest. It'll be a cracking event this year. Still time for people to get into it. And he's in.
Shot on a third leg. Thomas Lovely.
Thomas Lovely breaks the throw. It's been the theme of every leg so far. No one able to hold.
Fourth leg. It's Thomas to throw
It's
first.
kind of the opposite of what you'd expect from a game like this.
Game
You'd normally
on.
think it'd be hold and then there may be one opportunity appear for a break of throw. Instead, no one can hold on to it. Is that a sign
60.
that there might be a bit of thinking going on up there?
Well, the Crucible is holding the World Snooker Championship at the moment, and there's breaks everywhere at the beginning of this match.
125.
See, Ronnie O'Sullivan went through a 10-1 winner this afternoon against Jackson Page.
100.
Always one of my favourite Mondays of the year is the final Monday of the World Snooker Championship. We have a little family
100.
tradition. We always have a kebab. Always have a kebab before the evening session, the final session of the World Snooker Championship on the May Bank Holiday Monday.
100. 30.
Slip for Van Velzen.
140.
Thomas Lovely now starting to show why he is the favourite to win this group. It is quite a thing when you come into a group like this as the favourite. You've got a bit of weight of expectation, but he's handling
83.
it absolutely
Thomas
lovely.
Uruguay 101.
Put itself too clear. Double 16. Beautifully
Shot on the
played,
full flag,
beautifully
Thomas
done.
Lovely.
And Lovely leads 3-1. Really beginning to motor through the
Fifth
gears.
leg,
His
it's
average
Marvin
now
to throw
moves
first.
in excess
Game
of
on.
90. 3 from 4 when it comes to the finishing. His
120.
last 2 legs have been won in the space of 29 darts, a 14 followed by a 15. You got the sense that when the game was 1-1, the nervy,
45.
twitchy nature of it, it just took somebody, or what it was going to need was somebody to have 5 minutes where they really switched on and they could run away with the contest. And that's exactly what Thomas has done here.
That's all it takes in these, but you can never really write Van Velzen off because, as we mentioned on many occasions, that scoring power. He is an absolute scoring powerhouse.
140.
The only positive of Van Velzen in this scenario is he only needs to find the run break.
41.
And he looks like he's set to do the first job, but that's holding this one.
58. Marvin, you require 160.
Another. Tops.
120.
Ooh, not far away. $181 left.
94.
He's
Marvin, you
himself
require
164.
40.
Tops for Van Velzen.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Now
Marvin Van Velzen.
14 dart and the 15 darter of Lovely has just been counted out by a 13 darter of Van
6th leg,
Velzen.
it's
Back to
Thomas to throw
3-2.
first. Game on.
But this the leg that Lovely has the darts in to seal the contest to make it 4 wins from 4 to kickstart his day. And what a way to
140.
start 140.
This would be the one he eyes up. As a player, when you're in that situation, you're 3-1 up, you think this is the leg. And then you've got 2
29.
bonus legs as such if you need them. But this would be the one. And wow, look at the sizable advantage already in the scoreboard. And he is driving home that advantage.
140.
This is a quality sign of a good player, this.
Well, you said it could be all about the power scoring. We can have a look at the scoring power pack. And in terms of the 140 plus stakes, have a look at that. 7-1 in Lovely's favour.
96.
We did say, didn't we? It's going to be a good test for Van Velzen because until now he's been hitting hard but not getting hitting back. Well, Thomas Lovely is hitting him back and hitting him back
82.
hard, and has a sizable gap here. He's going to have all the time he wants. Van Velzen needs a max, and even then, he needs misses from Lovely. It's completely out of his hands.
59. Thomas, you require 139.
To win it in sumptuous style. He's not going to find the treble 13, which would have given him a dart at tops to have won the encounter there and then.
81.
He's going to return for a single to double combo. Remember, the last few legs have been won in 14, 15, 13. And he's on for potential 14 here.
100. Thomas, you require 58.
To make it 4 from 4. And to be the dominant force at the top of the group. Double 11. Heaven
Game
for
shot
Thomas
and the match.
Lovely.
Thomas
It's 4
Lovely.
wins from 4 to kickstart his Super Series campaign. He knows the significance of that win, which is why he gives it the big licks. He gets the better with Marvin Van Velzen by 4 legs to 2. Kicking on when he really needed to. Those are the numbers. 92.02 is actually the highest average we've seen so far today. 4 from 5 on the doubles, including the 101 out. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Doug Boehm and Ray Mulvey will be on the stage. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Thomas Lovely got the better of Marvin van Velzen in the top of the table battle by 4 legs to 2, averaging 92.02, 4 from 5 on the doubles, and a 101 out en route. So he's top of the table. So Lovely on 8, Van Velzen on 6. And now it's Doug Boehm and Ray Mulvey, the latest, bidding for success here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's our 11th game of the afternoon session. Game 11 of 25 we're bringing you over the course of this afternoon and the scene. It's myself, Henry Deacon, and Matthew Edgar in the commentary box with you throughout the course of both sessions today. In terms of this one, Boehm against Mulvey, what's your read on this particular encounter?
I'll be very interested to see how this unfolds, because Doug Boehm has just ended the streak.
Game on.
He was on a bit of a losing run, and he was looking very nervy and very edgy towards the back end of matches when Match Darts was presenting themselves to him.
57.
Now he's got that win under his belt. Is he now able to start refinding that form? It's a player I feel quite comfortable with, a player who's been playing throughout his campaign on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. They've both been here for the full week, taking part in Group A. Both did finish in the bottom 3, which is why they was relegated into Group C.
81.
But that is the Doug Boehm story. If we think about Ray Mulvey, he has sort of gone up in his line of performance as the
58.
week has gone on. His best day significantly was yesterday, picking up a couple of victories. But he's a dangerous customer, isn't he? And he gets a lot of support. And there is a lot of people
140.
believe in Ray Mulvey from over in Ireland.
$139. $134.
Well, 89 to take out the opening leg. And you did mention how the confidence could grow after that win for Doug, and the early signs of a positive
94.
nature for the American.
Doug, you require 89.
Double 16. Doesn't go, but Mulvey has left the
Ray, you
biggest
require
fish in the deep blue
170.
tungsten sea. Not going to go, and so Boehm
100.
will get another go at the
Doug, you
32, but this
require
under more
32.
tangible pressure. But as
Getting
Chris
shot on
Mason would
first
say,
leg,
pressures
jump
were
back.
tired.
Second leg, it's Ray to throw first.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting
Game on.
situations, really, isn't it? Where it shouldn't really make that much difference. Before, well, when Doug Boehm
59.
left the hockey after his last throw, he knew that he had 3 darts in hand at double 16. And regardless of what his opponent hits, he's still got 3 darts in his hand at double 16. It's weird how we
121.
overcomplicate the game at times, isn't it, as players, and when we're up there and you just want that little bit of extra cushion.
100.
3 darts in hand, you should be expecting to hit, and Doug Boehm did. And he is looking a lot more relaxed now that he's ended the streak.
60.
Starting to look a bit animated with things again, not looking as down, which is nice to see.
80.
Oh my. So it came in, it spat out, and then connected with the flight, and then the point came up in the other direction. I hope you weren't watching that in 3D.
Look at the grouping as well now from Doug
140.
Boehm. So much better. Earlier on, he was spraying darts all over the place. 5s, 1s, 7s, high darts, low darts.
133.
It's not the ideal dart going above the treble. His darts do lie flat in the board.
60.
But again, look at the
Ray, you require
grouping. Tightly compact from Doug
129.
Boehm. A sign of a player that's back in control of his emotion.
Treble would have left the bull. Playing back for 120 to
44.
double his lead to
Doggy require
2-0.
120.
What about climbing the ladder here? Treble. Single.
Gets shot on
Double.
the second leg,
Beautifully
Doug
done.
Boehm.
That's how you climb the ladder, and that is how you move into a 2-0 lead.
Different player
Third
again, isn't
leg,
he
it's
now?
Doug to throw first.
It's amazing what that
Game
one
on.
win can do. Looking so, so good here, averaging 97. Which, when you look at where he has been,
60.
today he's never broken 80. 72 in his opening game, 79 in his second, 78 in his third.
81.
We can look across the board. Anytime he's broken 90, it was only match number 2 on Monday.
$60.
He's gone from being unable to
$60.
pass water to then passing everything in sight.
Beautiful.
140.
It was inviting that for Doug Boehm, just trying to float and put that one on top. End up going and separating the darts. Could call that a goal 140.
60. $83.
Well, the thing is, Boehm could put the scenario in his own hands. If he wins
90.
this game, his last match is against Marvin
Rugby
van
require
Velzen. So if he
158.
can finish the day with a couple of victories, he'll be on 6 points. And it would be a case of he would be level with Marvin van Velzen in terms of the league standings. And so he would very much be in play
58.
when it comes to tomorrow afternoon's proceedings. And he's left himself on a ton. He's already taken out the 120 in the previous leg. What can he do with a square ton?
That's all you want.
60.
You want a chance. You want an
Dog, you
opportunity. You
require
don't want to be here
100.
tomorrow with no chance and just completing fixtures. You want to be in with that opportunity of getting through to Saturday.
$60. Ray, you require 150.
To put it back. Doesn't go. And so Boehm back for tops for a 3-0 advantage. And to put himself really in full
70.
command and full control of
Dog, you
proceedings.
require 40. Game shot on the
3-0.
third leg.
And it's
Doug Boehm.
comprehensive so far.
Fourth leg. It's Ray to throw
Well, he
first.
certainly likes winning the early
Game
exchanges
on.
of a game, doesn't he, Doug Boehm? 2-0 up, 3-0 up, 3-0 up.
83.
This is where the problems have started for him in the past. Much more in control, in check. The grouping.
140.
This is a fine performance from Doug Boehm. It could end up being his best performance of the week. Certainly his best winning performance of the week if he's able to get over the line here.
96.
And what a time to do it when there's still a chance of putting yourself in the mix-up for those top 2 positions. Positions 1 and 2,
100.
reminder, will be going through to join Scott Mitchell. They will also join 3 players from tonight's group, starting at 10 o'clock. With that headline
60.
act, the reigning, defending, 2-time ladies champion of the world, Bo Greaves, who I'm sure there'll be lots of people tuning in to see.
And I'm sure the Wicker Mill pub in
59.
Porchester will be tuning into proceedings as well, because Adam Lipscomb's going to be in action. And if he qualifies for Saturday evening, you will not have a spare seat in this building.
95.
Actually, the Wicker Mill pub in Porchester, their football team, are playing in a local cup final in a couple of weeks' time over at Havant and Waterlooville.
105. Ray, you
To
require
save the match,
167.
Boehm left on a 2-darter to win the match. 219. Just the other side, and so Boehm back for 97 to seal a 4-0 success.
135. Doug, you require 97.
It's going to have to go because Mulvey's left himself on a double. 2 darts at tops. Double 10.
87. Ray, you require 32.
Too much darts for Doug Boehm. If he wants more, he's going to have to go back to the start again. It's always the most painful when it goes in with that last start. Doug Boehm would have been
5th flag. It's Doug to throw
hoping
first.
to
Game
come
on.
back to the hockey. Get the job done 4-0 because you've got to think those leg difference may come into play.
123.
And my suspicions were correct. Already can see comments coming in the
95.
YouTube chat regarding the excitement around Bo Greaves. I did think there'd be a lot of people looking forward to seeing her tonight. I'm expecting to see some big numbers in the viewership. People interested to see how Bo's going to get on in this sort of sphere.
123.
She's coming here on good form, winning that Women's Series event without losing a single leg.
85.
On top of that, we'll also be announcing the lineup for next week's action, and that's worth waiting for because it's a very good lineup next week. Players who have played on the biggest stages, players who have come close to winning very big prizes on big stages are all going to be in action for Monday. That's
99.
all I'm going to give away.
$100.
So 6 starts
Doug, you
here
require
for
156.
Doug Boehm.
$60.
They need the full quota here. Ray Mulvey could just get himself into striking distance here.
140.
And he does a big 140.
Doug,
We
you
know
require
that Doug struggled to
96.
get over the line at times. So he just needs to give himself hope. He will get a shot at the 81. Oh, that was
56.
close.
Ray, you require 81.
Got away with it. Or it could be academic. May well just be a dart of the bull. Bullseye.
56.
Doesn't go. And so Boehm for
Doug, you
back-to-back
require
wins, looking
40.
at tops.
Game
And it's
shot
2
under
from his
mark.
last 2
Doug
for the
Boehm.
American as Doug Boehm gets the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 1. Real good performance as well. 92.5 the average. 4 from 8 when it came to the finishing. Boehm over the line, a 4-1 winner against Ray Mulvey. Coming up next, Stuart Kellett up against Daniel Lee. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're going to watch Stuart Kellett in action in our 12th game of the afternoon session. He takes on Daniel Lee. Before the break, we saw Doug Boehm get the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 1, averaging 92.41, 4 from 8 on the doubles and a 120 out to boot. Well, Daniel Lee, the only player yet to get off the mark as far as Group C is concerned, still without a win to his name. What chance do you give him here against Stuart?
Well, the odds compilers have actually gone in favourite here. 4-7 favourite Daniel Lee.
Game on.
But I think there's a bit of value here in Stuart Kellett at 5-4. We've seen some decent darts from Stuart Kellett. He's got a win on the board. We know the quality and the pedigree that he's got as well. And he's got the advantage of throwing first. So
77.
I think on the basis of the odds, you'd have to side with Stuart Kellett. 5-4 is quite good value.
97.
We did see a great comeback, though, from Daniel Lee, didn't we, in the last game? He was 3-0 down and brought it back to a last leg shootout. Took out a 144 finish as part of that comeback.
$140.
It really is now or never, really, for Daniel Lee if he wants to follow the heroics he had from previous trips here to the Super Series, where he made the Saturday night.
83.
He's played 3 games and lost all 3, and by my rule of 3, that means if he loses this one, he's in a bit of bother, most likely to not qualify.
84.
Well, he did say that he hasn't been playing much in preparation. He's had bits going on at home. He's been doing a bit of DIY, etc., etc.
100.
Played the Middlesbrough events last month almost as a warm-up, knowing that he was going to be playing in this, and
100.
it's not
Stuart,
quite
you require
happened for
141.
Daniel in the way that he would have liked to have thus far. Well, this would be another kick for Dan, but
89.
141 isn't going to
Daniel, you
go, and
require
so
80
80 for the break. Double 10 for the break. Double 5.
Game shot on the first
1-0
leg.
lead with the
Daniel
break.
Lee. Second leg. It's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Right start there, 15 data from Daniel Lee. Needed to get the breaker
59.
throw against Stuart Kellett at some point. So get it at the first leg. Get the hard work out the way.
58. 45. 99. 100.
It's the final game from the 4th cycle of fixtures.
100.
Thomas Lovely were perfect so far. He will play Daniel Lee in the final round. Next up be Doug Boehm against Marvin van Velzen, which is following that win for Doug last time out,
137.
turned into a real crucial encounter. Doug could win that one. Him and Marvin van Velzen will both be tied on 6 points, and if Lovely can go for the card, then he'd establish a 4-point buffer from second and third following the first day's play.
140. Daniel, you
Definitely more
require
accurate, Stuart
160.
Kellett, when he's less deliberate and he just relies on that sort of natural side of his game.
85.
Oh, that
Stuart,
could be
you
a
require
crucial
104.
deflection there as well. .47 left for Kellett. Double 16.
72. Daniel,
That
you
was for his
require
first
75.
tumblers finish of the week. This could be anywhere.
tops.
Game shot on a
2-0.
second leg. Daniel Lee.
And Daniel Lee's halfway there.
It's two good finishes that from Daniel Lee, 80 and 75.
Third leg.
When
it's
Stuart
to
Kellett
throw
is
first.
literally sat ready to pounce.
Game on.
Kellett playing well here, averaging 91, but he's 2-0 down.
Well, yeah, decent contest reflected in those averages there. 91.8,
137.
91.09.
$100.
Premier League in Liverpool tonight. Some intriguing
59.
fixtures on offer. The first round of games, Luke Littler versus Gerwin Price, Luke Humphreys against Nathan Aspinall, Peter Wright against Michael Van Gerwen, and Michael
45.
Smith against Rob Cross. What's your thoughts and fancies in that, Matt?
I actually like the Van Gerwen King of the Hockey against Peter Wright. I think that's a decent shout this week.
125.
Statistically, more likely to hit a tumbless outshot, 6%. Peter Wright, 12% of MVG.
60.
MVG also statistically more likely to hit most 180s and win the match. So I think that's a really, really good shout there. Available at around about the 2-1 mark.
140.
Well, Stuart Kellett was playing well, averaging 91, but not getting a result. So he's just
43.
raised it even
Stuart
further.
Uruguay,
Leaves a
40.
double after 12.
$20.
That felt a little bit safe for me. That felt a little bit like I don't want to come inside and end up on double 5.
60.
Well,
Stuart
it's worked out
Uruguay,
quite well
20.
because he's got plenty of time on his hands. Another 6 if he needs them at the double 10.
Not been badly thrown darts at that double, although that now makes things awkward, and so he has to move all the way across. Oh, what a
Shot on the
find.
third
What a
leg,
dart.
Stuart Kellett.
He had only a small portion of the top corner to find, and that small portion he found.
Fourth leg. It's Daniel
Back
to
to
throw
2-1,
first.
but Lee does have the darts to
Game
be
on.
established at two-leg cushion.
$121. $59. $100.
Well, he's done the hard work of getting the break. What he doesn't want to do here is to untangle himself here. Or to tangle himself up.
100. $85.
Be disappointed with the last one.
He's done enough of the job at the moment. Kellett can't leave a finish here, even with a maximum. So he's doing the job of keeping him at arm's length here.
100.
But Kellett is finding a treble with most of his visits. This is a good performance here from Stuart Kellett.
$57.
That might be the moment where Kellett can get himself back into this leg. He needed a slip to appear, and it has. And that is sat beautifully in the board. He'll be expecting at least a 140.
100.
And you can see the
Daniel
disappointment
Uruguay,
all over his face.
138.
Sometimes as a player, one dart just feels a lot better than another. These are good though.
Game shot on a
That's
fourth
his
leg,
second
Daniel
seismic
Lee.
outshot of the day. The 138 follows the 144, and Daniel Lee has opened up a 3-1
Fifth leg,
lead.
it's Stuart to throw first. Game on.
Feels like feast or
100.
famine for Daniel Lee when it comes to the outer ring.
Well, this has been a fine display of finishing from
96.
Daniel Lee. But it's not rocked Stuart Kellett. He's still hitting him hard. Good game of darts.
140.
Daniel Lee would only have to throw in one of the final legs, but the easiest thing to do is just pile in the trebles.
140.
Stuart Kellett would have been forewarned not to let Daniel Lee have an opportunity for the match because it's likely it's going to go. Finishes of 80. 138. And 75.
140.
He's had a 138 in the previous leg. He's also had a 144 today. Can he finish this game off with a 125?
65. Daniel, you require 125.
He's outscored his opponent massively here in this leg. .26 scored. He's in the ice cream.
45. Stuart, you require 136.
He's not going to hoist Daniel with his own petard, and so
96.
he's going to return for
Daniel, you
80 for
require
a
80.
4-1 success. If it's first win of the day, and he went straight for tops. Hall finds it with the second dart. And
Game
gets it
shot.
with the
And the
third.
match, Daniel
To win it
Lee.
in style, some incredible finishing from Daniel Lee, and he gets his first win. Look at me, I'm Daniel Lee, and I've got my first win on the board here at the Super Series. Some flashy finishing, some moments of brilliance, a 4-1 win for the man from the Midlands. We now enter the final round of matches with Doug Boehm and Marvin van Velzen. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 4 rounds of fixtures have been completed on day 1 of Group C. Before the break, Daniel Lee got the better of Stuart Kellett by 4 legs to 1. So let's round up everything that's happened then so far as today is concerned. There we go. Those are the results. Lee winning 4-1, Boehm winning 4-1, Lovely winning 4-2. Ahead of our final round of fixtures for the afternoon session. The table sees Thomas Lovely at the top of it from Van Velzen on 6, Boehm, Lee, Kellett and Mulvey bringing up the rear of the league standing. So, let's get into proceedings then. Into our first game in the final round of fixtures, Boehm versus Van Velzen. What do we see from this one, Matt?
Well, there's opportunity here, isn't there, for Doug Boehm, who didn't start the day too well, but it's how you finish it. Lost his first 2 games, but could end with a hat-trick of victories, which, if that is the case, Doug Boehm will be level on points with Van Velzen. It'll be complete flip around. Van Velzen winning his first 3. So there's an opportunity here now.
First leg, it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
We have seen when opportunity knocks for Doug Boehm, that's when it's just tightened up a little bit at a time. So that last performance from Doug, significantly better. Average of 92.41, his best winning average of the week, and the grouping was sublime.
Starting as he means to go on, and he's got that vigour and he's got that real fire in the belly again, his MVV.
$100.
Well, if Van Velzen could find a maxi here, he would have found maxi 100 of the week and he would have been on for a 9.
100. $96.
Well, there's the century of maxis for the week. And it puts Van Velzen on the cusp of an 11-dart breaker throw to start.
Really stamping some authority here is Van Velzen, but Doug's having none of it.
135.
Business has really picked up at the back end of play here on Thursday.
Tops. 12-dart start, and you can see what it meant to Van Velzen. He knows the significance of this fixture. Boehm kept close order, but Van Velzen draws first blood, and he knows the significance of this fixture, because if he can win it, he can move 4 points clear. And of course, it being the last round of today, it'll be the first round of tomorrow for this pair. And so there's a possibility if Van Velzen does the double, he could stretch away his lead as much as 6 points.
97.
I think the average might go down from that. I think it'll go down.
85.
They do. They go down to 120.
$140. $46.
It's the ideal dart again there for Doug. That's not. He may have to come away. He was opting. He was looking around.
$49.
Well, we saw a big performance from Marvin yesterday, average 103.66 in a 4-0 drop-in of Sebastian Białecki.
96.
And at this present moment in time is averaging 102.
$59. Doug, you require 123.
The bullseye, beautifully found, as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Boehm to level proceedings up. It's one apiece.
Third leg, it's Doug to throw first.
1, 2, 3 adds
Game
the
on.
120 into the collection of ton plus outs of Boehm. In fact, this is as prolific a day in terms of ton plus finishing as we've seen all week. There have been 8 so far. 4 players hitting 2 apiece. Mulvey, Lovely, Lee and Boehm.
85.
Just made the 12 dart breaker throw irrelevant. And Doug was sat there ready to strike as well on the end of that 12. Did feel like this could be a game about one player, but actually we're having a quality battle here. Doug very well aware of what a win could do for him here and how he can play himself into contention here
100.
for those top 2 positions.
$85. $59. $100.
Well, Van Velzen
83.
threatening the break in a 2-1 lead.
$100.
He's going to get an opportunity to get another breaker throw here, Van Velzen. He broke in the opening leg and was instantly broke straight back by a 1, 2, 3 finish of Doug Boehm.
54. Marvin, you require 76.
One dart. At tops.
Game
For
shot on the
2-1.
third
And you
leg.
can see
Marvin
what it
van
means to Van Velzen. He establishes the lead at 2-1.
There is that
Fourth flag. It's
blank
Marvin to
look
throw first.
on the face at the
Game
moment
on.
of Marvin van Velzen that the mind has just gone elsewhere. And that's what you want.
100.
You want that blank expression there in body and not mind. Let the body just do what it needs to do.
80.
It's often the thinking that causes the problem, the overthinking, the planning.
Is overthinking the time when you think about having a think?
140.
It's a lot of thinking.
A heck of a lot of thinking.
$96. $60.
Average is still in the 90s. Boehm 93.06. Van Velzen 98.59. But
100.
Van Velzen has got 6 starts here to get the first hold of throw of the contest. It would give him a 3-1 lead by virtue.
$30.
Doesn't leave a finish. Could end up being quite a big miss if Doug can dish up some punishment. He can't stay on the 20s now.
58.
Could move across to the 18s. Guarantees that he leaves a finish, but it is a sizable one. It would be the biggest one we've seen all week, which currently is held by
97.
Scott Mitchell, the
Doug, you require
161 finish.
167.
Well, the 167 isn't going to be taken out, so Van Velzen at the very least should get a dart to
100.
take leg 4.
Marvin, you require
May need to take it
74.
out this go. He's going to get 2 in hand at double 16. Just the other
58.
side, and so Boehm comes back for
Doug, you
2-2, and the
require
4th
67.
consecutive break of throw in this game. It's going to have to be 14 ball now. Great recovery, double 11. Van Velzen shakes his head,
45.
but he is going to get another chance.
Marvin, you require
He was fearing the worst, wasn't he? And that's a bit of a habit you get into at times. You just believe your opponent's going to hit everything. He's had to recompose himself and reset.
No score.
But he doesn't hit, and he could be
You
rebroken.
require 22.
Could be heading towards a best of 3 scenario if Boehm can pin the double 11. That's wild, but he is going to get another stab at double 4.
Trying to compose himself a little bit here.
Double 2.
Game shot on a
2-2.
4 flag. Doug Boehm.
A little bit of a let out of emotion as well from Doug.
5th flag. It's Doug to throw first.
This is one of the things that Marvin was talking to me about this morning. You see what he did with that dart there?
Game
It's
on.
something that he's trying to do in terms of setting himself properly. And he's setting himself for a best of 3, which could determine whether he's got
45.
daylight from 3rd place or whether he's been penned back in.
$100.
Well, Doug's just been slowly but surely finding things as the day's gone along, hasn't he? And he's just drawing everything into this particular battle.
45. $95.
Van Velzen had that extravagant first leg of a couple of maxis, but since then, Boehm has been able to just keep Marvin at an even kilter in terms of the scoring passages. 7-ton pluses compared to 6. Van Velzen was the one more 140 compared to Doug. Now level following that.
$59. $9.
There's always a moment, a leg, a situation where you get an edgy passage of play when the chips are down like they are in this game, where for Doug Boehm, he could end up getting detached once again from those
55.
qualification positions. And right now we're in the thick of it. We're in the eye of that storm right now. And as soon as one player snaps out of it, you tend to find it reunites the entire game.
98.
Big first dart. Great second dart.
140.
And a 140, which now
Doggy
threatens the
require
Van Velzen break
164.
back. The 5th consecutively in this contest. And he's going to get a couple of darts to move 3-2 in front as Boehm can't take out the 164.
99.
But he is 2
Marvin, you
from 8 when
require
it comes to the
52.
double so far. Cannot afford to miss any more. Tops.
Game shot on
Found.
the 5th flag. Marvin Van
Big
Velzen.
dart, big 5, big celebration from Marvin Van Velzen. Boehm goes back to the drinks table.
6th flag. It's
And he
Marvin
may
to
be
throw
entering the
first.
last chance saloon.
Not being rushed here, is he, Van Velzen? Not going carried away. He's let
Game
out
on.
that big expression. A lot of times that will get the heart rate up, and he's just taking his time. I like this from Van Velzen. Trying to not be as emotional, trying to take a little bit of the
85.
emotion out of the situation. He's going to play with emotion. It makes him better. It works for him. But controlled emotion, controlled aggression. And that's what we're seeing him trying to develop in his game here this week.
85.
Couple of games coming up after this. Daniel Levy, Thomas Lovely, and Ray Mulvey and Stuart
135.
Kellett will round off this afternoon's proceedings before we then get underway with Group B tonight from 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel.
100.
Bo Greaves, Adam Lipscomb, Rob Collins, Kevin Painter, Sebastian Bioetsky are all in action for that. Should be a high-quality group. That's a high-quality visit. It's a perfect visit. And it could well just set him on course for victory. But what is the counter-punch like for Doug? That deflection there means that Marvin's got
Marvin,
6 from the match.
104. $64.
Beautiful setup play there from Van Velzen, who was afforded the opportunity just to have a setup shot there, give himself 3 darts in hand, and he's done the requirement, ticked that job off. He's just a dart away now from putting himself
60.
in a very strong position to qualifying
Marvin,
through this Group
40.
C.
Double top to put himself clear.
Game
For a
shot,
4
and the
win
match,
from 5
Marvin
day,
van
and it's a
Velzen.
13 darter to round things off. A 4-2 win for Marvin van Velzen. 4 wins from 5 on his first day. A salute from him after what has been a good day's graft. He now has a 4-point cushion from those behind him, 3rd and below. Van Velzen, a 4-2 winner against Doug Boehm. Coming up after the break, Daniel Lee and Thomas Lovely go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Marvin van Velzen got the better of Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 2. Puts him temporarily top of the pile, ahead of Thomas Lovely's clash with Daniel Lee. A win for Thomas, we'll see him in P1 and complete the card on day 1. But if Daniel Lee can find 2 wins for his last 2 matches, he keeps himself in the equation, keeps himself in the mix, and it would be MVV that would be top of the pile following the first day's play. So this is the penultimate match of our afternoon session. Ray Mulvey and Stuart Kellett will follow this. But for
First
Thomas
leg,
Lovely,
it's
it has
Daniel to
been
throw
a
first.
perfect start to
Game
life
on.
here at the Super Series.
Just took it all in his stride, hasn't he, Thomas Lovely? And it's been, well, a lovely performance. But it was a very lovely performance, that last one of Daniel Lee when he
140.
beat Stuart Kellett. It was a complete contrast to what we've seen so far from Daniel Lee. 4 from 5 on the doubles, and That only tells part of the story.
127.
Good finishing. A couple of 80 finishers. One wheel tops for the match. A 75, a 138. Look at him go again. He's just
135.
found that little bit of zip in the throw now. Where earlier on, just a little bit loopy at times. Very direct, very aggressive
81.
now in his approach, Daniel Lee. And another player that could just keep his hopes alive. Say 7 wins is the target to give yourself a real good opportunity.
56.
He has hit double 16 to leave himself on the fish. This would be the greatest
60.
Greatest
Daniel,
combination
you
of all
require
time of this goes.
170. $100.
I don't even know what to say. I've not seen anything like this before.
140. Daniel,
I
you
would say
require
it's
70.
horrifically entertaining.
No way. No way. Oh
Game shot
my
on the
goodness
first leg,
gracious
Daniel
me.
Lee.
So originally went for double 16 to lead the fish, and now he's gone double 15 tops, and he's got
Second
it,
leg,
and
it's
he's 1
Thomas
0
to throw
up.
first.
As part of the
Game
finishing
on.
stages there, is it 3 doubles? I mean, I wouldn't mind, but earlier on he couldn't hit 1.
140.
You know when we say in the commentary box, anything can happen.
95.
When Daniel Lee's on the hockey, it is quite literally the case. He makes Brian McMahon boring.
134.
I'm sorry, I'm gone. I just can't believe he left double 16 for the big fish.
What about 70? That's a
100.
different way of 70 as well. That double 15 tops. Well, keep your eyes on this guy.
It's the strangest 14 dart I've ever commentated on.
96.
14 data and 3 of them were doubles.
And after all that, he's going to hit 140 to leave himself on a bogey.
85. Thomas, you require 131.
131 for Lovely for a level game.
49. 96. Thomas, you require 82.
Well, that was risky. He may lose the board, but he doesn't always use it correctly.
62.
Well,
Daniel, you
surely
require
it's the ball.
125.
Right.
No score.
He's busted it. This is incredible.
Thomas, you require
Honestly,
20.
I've seen a lot of things, and even I'm struggling to comprehend this.
Thomas Lovely.
Any words?
Third leg. It's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Honestly, this is some of the most
140.
bonkers darts I've ever seen in my life.
I was just looking at the face of Thomas Lovely, and he was looking like he was trying to hold back a smile as well.
93.
I'm just sat here laughing. This is darts like I've never seen before. And I wouldn't mind, but he's
58.
actually averaging 95.
I reckon we just get the popcorn out and just enjoy the entertainment, Matt.
94.
I don't think this style of play is going to catch on too well. I can't see it being a trendsetter.
60.
I mean, when you rock up in chinos and Vans, you know that something's going to happen.
$98.
Well, one thing's for sure is everyone who's watching this game, I'm sure, going to be tuning back in tomorrow to see Daniel Lee.
58.
He's certainly going to be remembered.
Is it too late to invite him to Sunday's Influencers event?
I think some people only play every week. We've actually had that message in the chat from Panny.
49.
He's Modus's Paolo Di Canio.
140. Thomas, you
Surely
require
45. There's nothing you
167.
can do with 45. That's if he gets a shot. 2 trebles. Won't go.
93.
25, double 10.
Daniel, you require 45.
What could he possibly do? He's gone. He's a double 16.
13. Thomas, you require 74.
20 a ball. Chased the treble, paid the price. And so Lee's back for 32 to lead 2-1.
34. Daniel, you require 32.
Double 8.
Game shot on the
2-1.
third leg. Daniel Lee.
You're still in a haze, Matt, aren't you?
I'm loving it.
Fourth
I
leg.
really
It's
am.
Thomas to throw first. Game on.
If he ever gets on the stage,
140.
he's got to use Dizzy Rascal Bonkers.
What, become the 15,000th player in history to use that track?
Yeah, but it'd suit him.
134. $60. $60.
I don't know why we're so surprised, because he did say in his interview at the beginning of the day that this would be a trick that'd be up his sleeve. And beyond anything else,
60.
let's get back into the real world for a second. And just remember that Lovely's on for the perfect day. If Daniel Lee wins this match,
59.
Marvin van Velzen tops the group overnight.
Oh, this has got a lot of relevance to this group. And I'm pretty sure that most of the players in it as well would
98.
like to see Thomas Lovely lose this game, because otherwise he's going to cut himself adrift at the top of the table.
He is darts' version of Bazball.
100. Thomas, you require 143.
He'll go for everything. It will look great, but we don't know whether it's going to work or not.
55. Daniel, you require 148.
Treble 16 bull. No way he's going for it as well. No way.
He is
96.
absolutely crackers.
Thomas, you require 88.
I'd like to know what's going on in his head right now, but I don't think I want to enter it.
Oh, I'd love to spend a day in there.
63.
But also,
Daniel,
from
you
Thomas's
require
perspective,
52.
he must be seeing what's going on. His cogs must be whirling. Ours are whirling. Double 10.
Game shot on
3-1
the
he leads
fourth
with the
leg.
break.
Daniel Lee.
It will. It'll be really affecting Thomas Lovely, this, because he'll be thinking, is this guy taking the mickey out
Fifth
of me?
leg. It's Daniel to throw first.
Does he not
Game on.
respect my ability? And it'll make him question. We have seen some players in the past
45.
take real homage to the way in which some players take checkouts out. Remember, double doubles in the past weren't the norm. They was actually seen as disrespectful.
134.
If that went, that 148, I promise you now, we might as well just pack up, go home. Darts would have been completed. That's it. You ain't topping that.
60.
But Lovely here, a leg away from finishing second overnight if Daniel Lee can get over the line.
59.
And remember, this is the first fixture of tomorrow's session as well. And if Lee could do the double, he would move himself to within a couple of points of Thomas. And then suddenly,
134.
Lovely, who looked like he was in a lovely position, would get reeled back into proceedings, reeled back into the race to progress through.
109.
First fixture of each other's day, I should hasten to mention. Of course, we've got Mulvey v Kellett after this.
140.
Well, he stayed on the 20s there. It was successful, but risky play. Single would not have left a finish.
59.
Take your pick.
Daniel, you require 122.
Well, it's been one of the craziest games you will ever watch. He nearly
96.
bust again. What's going on? He's
Thomas, you require 140.
He's left himself double 13. I'm perplexed.
Well, he just nearly bust the shot again. He bust
75.
earlier, 125.
Daniel, you required.
Well, this is going to
26.
go down as one of the craziest darts matches ever broadcast. And it's
and the
going to be
match,
won by
Daniel
Daniel Lee, who gave us some incredible ways of going for shots and some incredible finishes. He went double 15 tops to win the first leg after hitting double 16 to leave the fish. He then attempted to go 48 ball on the 148. Oh, jeez. We're going to need a lie down. We're going to have a 2-minute 40 break to comprehend what we've seen and then watch Ray Mulvey, Stuart, Kellett. My goodness, what a game. Matthew Edgar, thank you for picking me up off the floor because my jaw was on it in disbelief as to what we saw in that previous match. Daniel Lee beat Thomas Lovely by 4 legs to 1, but that's not even the half of the story. Some extravagant darts from the Midlands man to secure his second win of the day. And so our last match sees Stuart Kellett and Ray Mulvey in action. And the winner will be banging the race on 4 points now because of that defeat for Thomas Lovely before the break.
Yeah, no one able to go through the card today, and it did look at one point like Thomas Lovely was going to do that, but Daniel Lee with a maverick performance there just to halt the run of Thomas Lovely. A good day, though, for both Thomas Lovely and Marvin van Velzen, both picking up 4 wins
First
from
leg,
5.
It's Ray to throw first. Game on.
But this, you feel, is the last chance saloon for one of these players to keep themselves in the running.
77.
Loser of this will be cut adrift 6 points from a qualifying position with 10 points available to play for tomorrow.
77.
You're still thinking about the last game.
I think I'll be
40.
thinking about that for a long time.
I don't think we'll be sleeping tonight after that, will we?
I think it's going to give me nightmares, to be honest.
100.
I just heard our spotter's handed in his resignation.
Well, looking at the
25.
YouTube chat, they certainly enjoyed that game, and they enjoyed the antics of Daniel Lee. He will be back tomorrow. And he's still in with a shout. He's 4 points away from a qualifying
123.
place.
As I mentioned, these two with a solitary victory to their day. They can win this last encounter.
80.
They put themselves in a position where they can still head through on 4 points. There is a bit of a chasm between second and third, but then third, fourth, fifth would still be in the fray.
100.
Kellett, a more conventional leg, 101 after 12.
60. Stuart, you require 101.
Treble 19. Double 12.
77.
Doesn't go. Would have been his first ton plus out of the day. Well, he's rated a couple, the 101 and 107. But Kellett will return for double 12
59.
to take out the
Stuart, you
opening leg
require
against
24.
Fro. And one
Game
nearly
shot on the
leads.
First leg, Stuart Kellett. Second leg, it's Stuart to throw first. Game on.
I think for Stuart Kellett, he's probably performed maybe a little more than he would have hoped to
97.
have today. Best average of 89.56. Only once dropping out of the 80 averages. So he's been good, been solid, been consistent. Been some real promising signs there for Stuart Kellett. This is a player now that
31.
doesn't really have that much time for practice these days. He does work from home and says occasionally he'll just get up and have the odd sort of 10-15 minutes here and there, but no routine, no structure, no
100.
plan like when he was gracing those big stages. Purely now just plays darts for a bit of fun.
60.
Didn't really have any ambitions to try and get back onto the Pro Tour. So he went to Q School last year, and the second he got there and he just saw the backgrounds and the whole setup
38.
again, he just didn't feel like he wanted it anymore.
All this fun and entertainment. We've yet to see Bo Greaves on the
45.
stage today, and she'll be in action tonight from 10 o'clock. Alongside Am Lipscomb, Baby Boy. And look, you can't have a night of dart and entertainment without Kevin Painter, can you? God, can you imagine if that was against
96.
Kevin Painter?
One of Stuart Kellett's big wins on the stage came against Kevin Painter. It was at
140.
the Grand
Stuart, you
Slam
require
of Darts when it was at
170.
the Civic Hall in Wolverhampton.
$60.
BDO number 1, but I don't believe he ever played under the BDO code in the Grand Slam.
58.
Because at that time,
Stuart, you require 110.
the BDO picks was virtually all based on the Lakeside. So it was the semi-finalists, and as Kellett looks at double 18, it was
92.
basically the semi-finalists and the finalists from
Ray, you
the
require
previous years that got in.
167. $80. Stuart, you require
2-0.
18. No score.
Oh, and he's bust.
Ray, you require 87.
And that's where those routines and those games that you do in practice, Ray Mulvey's done exactly the same thing.
21.
That's where they come into
Stuart, you
play.
require
When you've got to
18.
move around the board, when you've got to get that board mastery.
Game shot on a second leg. Stuart Kellett.
But he's halfway to victory and halfway to keeping his hopes alive here. This will be the first game tomorrow, and Stuart
Third
Kellett
leg,
will
it's Ray
also
to throw
have
first.
the advantage of throw
Game on.
when they play tomorrow as well. So he's in with a good chance here, Stuart Kellett, of putting himself into contention if he can do the double over Ray.
100.
He said he wanted to feel confident and comfortable on the stage, and as the day's gone along, it's most certainly been the case for Stuart. However, when you think overnight there's a possibility
81.
of going through, whether that could possibly change the KO psyche.
Still Kuster.
60.
It's only like the third time you got it wrong today.
I know.
125.
Some habits just never die.
Few people have changed nicknames and switched back. Remember, was it Jammy Dodger, James Wilson, then switched to Lethal Biscuit, then moved
100.
back to Jammy Dodger. Colin Osborne as well was the Wizard, and then switched to Aussie before moving back to the Wizard.
99.
And some people change their walk-ons, like Glenn Durham every single week once upon a time. What do you have? Pig Bag, Pump It Up, Angels, Let Me Entertain You.
105.
And there was another one, wasn't there?
Ray, you require 96.
Oh, New Radicals, you only get what you give. Both players are 96 here.
56. Stuart, you require 96.
In fairness to Glenn, that Angels at
49.
Ali Pali was a bit
Ray, you require 40.
of an all-time. It shouldn't really go together, but it just did. Totsa Mulvey.
Game shot on the third
2-1,
leg.
still in the
Ray
contest,
Mulvey.
but Kellett still has that advantage considering he got the break.
Fourth leg.
I mean,
it's
it's
Stuart
a
to throw first.
Nice sing-song, isn't
Game
it?
on.
But it's no You Raise Me Up.
Oh, that's the greatest walk-on in World Championship. The only shame about that was because it was in the
60.
lockdown year. Nobody was there to appreciate it.
I think my favourite part of that was watching the dancers trying to do something.
96.
Who was the Russian guy that was at the Worlds that year? Had a
Dmitry Gorbanov.
Oh, what a walk-on. What a guy.
He was great. He was on my session. I was on the same session as him, and he was absolutely brilliant. He absolutely
83.
loved it.
How did Darius find it?
Don't know, I didn't play him that year.
Oh, so that was the year you won a match.
Yes.
99.
Was that the one you gave Mincer Sulevic a bit of a hard time?
That's the year. That's the year.
Amazing to think no fans even turned up to see you play.
100.
There's actually more people in the room than I'd normally expect to watch one of my games.
$57.
And this leg up in the offing after 9 darts. Kellett just about having the advantage with the throat. And now looking to make his move.
140.
And 140 piles the pressure upon Ray.
$79. Stuart, you require 118.
Lovely life for the treble 20. And now the double 19.
Game
Beautifully
shot on
done
the
by
fourth
Kellett.
leg,
He
Stuart
leads
Kellett.
3-1. And he may have Ray Mulvey's number here.
Fifth leg.
We talk
it's Ray
about
to
the
throw first.
Alexandra Palace, and
Game
that is
on.
somewhere Stuart Kellett has been on 3 separate occasions. 3 years in a row, actually. 2013, 14 and 15.
58.
Losing out in the first round on all 3 occasions to Vincent van der Voort, Paul Nicholson and Sasha Stein.
85.
He has also appeared at Lakeside in 2011, reached the second round there, where he
60.
lost to Jan Dekker. And was 2011 when he was still Mr. Coat?
when he was walking on with those blazers, I believe it was.
Yeah, probably one of the worst gimmicks or nicknames
85.
in darts. Mr. Coat. Glad he changed it in the end. Changed it to double, which I quite like. I like those sort of names, like double decker. Like Ray Mulvey could change to Sting.
100.
Yeah, but even when he was double decker, he used to walk on with the coats for a couple of years at Lakeside. Talking about coats and jackets, the green jacket's up for grabs this
140.
weekend at the Austrian Darts Open. Currently held by Johnny Clayton.
85.
This has been the feel of a one-sided game at the moment in favour of Stuart Kellett.
47.
Averages reflecting that as well. A 16-point gap between the two players.
$100. Stuart, you require 144.
144 for the match. And a 4-1 win to round off the session. He's already had a 118 in this game. Couldn't find the second trouble to leave himself on double 12.
96.
So Mulvey returning
Ray, you
for
require
98 to
98.
reduce the deficit back to 3-2.
No score.
Wow, bust it.
Stuart, you require 48.
Needed to stay away from that treble. Sometimes it's worth just throwing up at the double. It's double 10 for Kellett.
38.
This is where that
Ray, you
bust
require
really comes
98.
into play, because you go all the way back to 98.
Back to the start we go.
Takes a breath, tries to compose himself. He may not get a dart at the double here after 6 darts at 98, and that'll be the
32.
disappointment. And Kellett could get the
Stuart, you
points that he
require
needs
10.
to keep his hopes alive here in Group C.
It's double 5. He's going to go 3 for double 1 here.
No
It
score.
doesn't go, it doesn't work, and Mulvey comes back
Ray,
for
you
another
require
chance.
66.
Well, he's halved it.
Double 8.
58.
Doesn't go.
Stuart, you require
To
10.
get over the line in the end. It's been a good performance up until this point where he's had a couple of strays on the doubles,
shot.
but
And the
Kellett
match,
is over the
Stuart
line. It's a
Kellett.
4-1 win, a sigh of relief as he beats Ray Mulvey in the final game of the afternoon session. An intriguing session, a crazy session, at times a mad session. It's Marvin van Velzen and Thomas Lovely that lead the way. Me and Matthew Edgar are going to try and at least sum up what happened this afternoon in the studio after this short break. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. Myself and Matthew Edgar have been watching one of the craziest sessions we've ever seen here at the Modus Super Series. And, well, I think we're just still struggling to get our breath back as to what we've seen. We've kind of seen the good, the bad, and the ugly today, haven't we?
The unpredictable, that's what we've seen. We have seen the good. We've seen some very good from the players at the top of the table, Marvin van Velzen and Thomas Lovely. They've been good, they've been consistent, they've been solid throughout the day. But then everyone's chipped in with their own little bits of performance. We've seen Daniel Lee putting in 2 good performances, Stuart Kellett there at the end, reminding us of the quality that's inside him. And wow, this is going to take some unravelling tomorrow.
Right, let's begin by talking about Daniel Lee. Have you got anything to say about some of the finishing in that last match?
I've got a lot of things I could say, but I mean, it worked for him. That's the thing. We look at it and we analyse it, and it was crazy. It was different. It was bizarre. I mean, double 16 to leave a 170, double 15 tops on a 70 finish. There was some real crazy moments, but they actually worked for him. So the thing that tells me is he's going to go away now, and it's not going to deter him. It's not going to put him off. He's probably going to come back and do the same, if not worse, tomorrow now, because actually when he was playing it conventionally at the start of the day, he wasn't winning. Maybe he just needs that little bit inside. When we talk about Van Velzen, who needs that little bit of G up, that little bit of oomph in his game, that little bit of adrenaline, maybe Daniel Lee needs that.
And that whole game is available on YouTube if you want to relive that madness all over again. Right, let's talk about the top players in the group, because there's 2 players tied at the top following the first day's play. That's Marvin van Velzen and Thomas, who actually lost that game against Daniel. I want to talk first of all about Marvin, because he's a player that we're seeing grow from the last time he's here. And we mentioned it on commentary. Actually, he's growing as the week goes along. We're seeing better passages from him day upon day.
I'm not surprised. We saw the level of performance we did from him today. He's a scoring powerhouse, as we mentioned. If anything, that maybe wasn't quite like it was in Group A. It was his finishing that sort of upped a little bit. So when he puts the 2 together, he's going to be a force. It would not surprise me to see him go through the card tomorrow. I fully expect him to be here on Saturday, and I think that value is at the start of the day of 6-1. You're not getting any of that tomorrow.
What did you make of Thomas Lovely? Really good debut in this building.
Oh, fantastic. Really well. Really good. Sort of playing to his sort of levels, to his standards. He didn't excel. He didn't under. He played to par, which is good. If you can come here on debut and play like you have in all the other buildings over the last 12 months, fantastic footing. Maybe tomorrow we'll see a little bit more from him. He doesn't need to do more. He's nearly there. He just needs to do the same. He doesn't need to come here thinking, I need to step it up a little bit, but I think he will.
Well, let's have a look at the table then following the first day's play and talk about the other horses in this particular course. And in terms of those down the middle to bottom pack, who do you think's got the best chance of possibly breaking the stranglehold of the top 2 there?
I do like Stuart Kellett. I think he's got the pedigree and the quality. He's been places that none of these players have been, and that is inside him, and the other players will be aware of that. So that can obviously play its part. But Daniel Lee, I don't know what to expect from him, and he's exciting, he's explosive, he's erratic. Could be a winner.
And how many times do we sit here and say we want to see some eccentricness, we want to see someone a little bit different? Whether you like it or don't like it, he's a full version of himself.
Well, I think from the YouTube chat, we saw a lot of people did like it, and he was very unapologetically himself, and I like that in a person. If you want to do something and you're confident enough to do it, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. You go do it, and that's what Daniel Lee did. And I feel like the start of the day, he was trying to be a bit safe, maybe not wanting to be who he is. Just be yourself. If you're happy with that, own it. And that's what he did at the back end of the day.
Well, Daniel Lee is certainly going to be in contention when it comes to the race for qualification when it comes to Saturday evening. And that's going to intensify a little bit later on this evening when a 2-time world champion is going to make her debut.